purging is at last at hand. The day of doom is here. All that is evil, all that are lies, your parents, your leaders, those who would call themselves your judges, those who have lied and corrupted the earth, they shall all be cleansed.
All right, that was a very fun Spaces. Dear listeners and readers, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I just got out of one of these peculiar zitter things where like they're just yelling about nonsense all the time. You know what, Sir Arnav Jindal, I'm gonna make you co-host because like at this point, man, you know, America is fucked. Goyim Fatigue Edition. I think you're like well suited for like what we're about to talk about. You should be able to accept the invite. If not, send me a request and I will make you speaker and then co-host. So, let's do it that way and then we can begin. But I have some things to say with regard to, whatchamacallit, the state of things and what have you, right? So, alright, Sir Arnav, try saying something.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're loud and clear. Alright, Sir
Yeah,
Arnav, America is fucked, Goyim Fatigue Edition. What did you think about the spaces that we were in a few moments ago?
I mean, I just catch the very last end of it. I just jumped in because I thought you were hosting a space. I was like, oh, so that's easy. I had no idea that you
No,
were
no, no, no,
on.
no. I was not hosting it. I was not hosting it. I was listening in
It's
because
a
these are
typical,
like
yeah.
yeah. These guys are basically right wingers who are disliking Trump and they dislike Nick Fuentes, and their point of view is we need to stop being pro-Israel, get out of NATO, and all this other stuff, right? Which is like, you know, I mean, if you want to have those views, you can have those views, but like, I think the way I like to think about it is there's a patient on the deathbed and he's got a bunch of these wires attached to him, and you're basically saying, just turn off the machine, man. And if you turn off the machine, we do some physio, we go to the gym a few days, and patient's gonna be better again. I'm like, that's not what's gonna happen, man. I mean, if you turn off the machine, right, the patient's gonna die. That's just what's gonna happen, right? And so it's like, these guys are talking about America, Americanism, and whatever the fuck, and they're like, well, we gotta get rid of Jewish power, and after that, we gotta get rid of NATO, and after that, we gotta get rid of democracy. And, you know, like, I wanted to say stuff, but, like, there's over 100 people on that spaces, and, you know, people are talking over each other. I really dislike that. And so, what I wanted to say on the spaces was, okay, any serious pursuit of those things means the end of your society. And the end of your society means millions to tens of millions of casualties, right? It's very fun to talk about that stuff on Zitter Spaces when you have no skin in the game or what have you, but like, as an actual person of like influence and power, whether politician, military man, statesman, etc., that's the outcome you're going to get, right? So, but no, Sir Ornav, what do you think about my assessment on the matter?
Oh, no, you are completely right. I mean, those spaces reminded me of the earlier spaces through which, like, I connected in the political online scene. So, I mean, the problem that you are saying is like, yeah, like there is no sort of skin in the game on when you're on Zeta spaces, but like what we have discovered in the last week are like they are being replaced in the Zeta space itself. Like
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah.
the large
Like
bastion
the
is
guy,
also like,
bro, like the guy who was like yelling about, okay, you know, white nationalism and third positionism and whatever the fuck, and 70 years from now we should like have a plan of like integrating Venezuela into the greater American empire. Like, buddy, you're fucking like mixed race yourself, man. And I asked the guy, like, I mean, these types of spaces, man, you can't even like, even if they make you speaker after you wait for like 30 fucking minutes, and they make you a speaker and you ask a question. And I just asked him, do you even have a family? And he's like, no. So he's in his like mid-30s. I'm not trying to judge the guy, right? But he's in his mid-30s. He's talking about the white race. Buddy, you don't even have a family. Like, what are you talking about, man? It's just like it's
And,
like I said, man.
that's why like that's why like this like the Indian thing was not going to like bother them, because like they have literally destroyed their like their physical life to the point that this is the only thing that is left. So like for a
Yeah,
guy
bro.
who is like childless and familyless in his mid 30s, solipsism is the only thing that he's going to respond now. Like what is his hope in the real world? Like he's talking about like integrating Venezuela. Like what are like there are high chances that his home after some point will be infiltrated by Venezuelans. Like
Yeah,
it's
bro,
like
bro, bro, bro,
it.
bro. The guy doesn't have a family. Okay, this guy doesn't have a family, right? I don't wish him. I don't wish him ill. Like, he's a stranger. I don't know him. I don't wish him ill. But I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident he's not gonna have a family and he's gonna be childless for the rest of his life, right? He's in his 35, 36, whatever his age is. 20 years from now, he's gonna be in his 50s, man. A bunch of Africans, Indians, Venezuelans, whatever, 20 years old, 30 years old, they're gonna beat the shit out of him, man. And they're just gonna take his place for like these guys when they talk about like white ethno state and white politics and whatever the fuck, like biology and ecology trumps and triumphs over all of this stuff, man. All of it, right? And so he's talking about this shit, and he's like, "Hey, man, we need to have a higher level of conversation, and whatever the fuck, and we need to think about 70, 80 years from now, integrating." Like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about, right? So that's why I'm calling this space as the Goyim Fatigue Edition. It's like, man, you're just I don't know what you're doing, man. I don't know what you're doing, right? Um, and if this is what you want to engage in, you can engage in it, but like the Indians are gonna keep on scamming you, the Jews are gonna keep on doing usury, all these other groups are gonna do all this other shit, and you're just gonna be more and more irrelevant. I'm sorry. I apologize for being rude and what have you, but that's my assessment of things.
I mean, like this is
Oh dear.
like after a certain point, like now that they have realized that this sort of safe space of theirs is also not going to remain. I think so now they will like,
Hmm.
a lot of these people are going to go like fully mentally like retard. And I'm not like mocking them while saying it. It's like, if I'm in their position, I will also go mentally retard as well. Like after a certain point, it's
Yeah,
like,
bro. Like okay, this guy, he doesn't have a family, he's in his 30s or whatever, and it's not just him, it's all these other guys. They're probably gonna do like pornography. They'll do these like, they'll go on obviously pornographic sites, they'll go on OnlyFans, they'll go on Twitter, and like a bunch of Indians, Pakistanis, and Nigerians, they're just gonna milk them, man. They're gonna milk them dry, and the goyim are gonna give him all their money. They're gonna give him the money, they're gonna give him the clicks, they're gonna give him the impressions. Like everything that I just said, like people can hear that and get angry at me. Like, Ahnaf, how could you say that? How dare you say that? I'm like, literally every word I said is true, right? All of that stuff's gonna happen, man, right? They're gonna give up their money, they're gonna give up their attention, they're gonna keep on wasting their time, they're not gonna make families, right? What the fuck is the point, right? It just pure fucking goyim behavior, man. What is the point? Isn't it a good thing that these people get replaced, right? I'm not even like at this point. I think there's no debate on this subject, right? If this is how dysfunctional they are, why does it matter that like, bro, you're not even having a family, right? Like, if there's 10 million of you guys not having families, 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, and doing this shit over and over again year after year online, why is it a problem that you get replaced? I don't see what the problem is.
I mean, they're ending their bloodlines themselves. Like,
Yeah, they are, man. Yeah, they are.
like if
That
they are not having families, someone will have families. So it's like a natural process. Like, I don't know, like at this point, what we have to say. Like, it's like there's nothing to left to
what's your
say.
assessment like yeah, I mean there's nothing left to say exactly, but like what's your assessment of like these people and what's going to happen to them? Do you just think that like Indians are just going to keep migrating to America and just colonizing it place? I think that's what's going to happen, man.
I also think the same. I mean, it's just that like, and these are like cyclic processes. So I think so they have just lost vitality as a whole. Like, it's like these people always talk about Native Americans, like all, oh, these people got, drunk and everything,
Conquered. Yeah.
conquered. And I mean,
Yeah.
one of the things is that, like races, like there are certain like races and groups of people who are not meant to live in the industrial world. Like I know this, like
Yeah.
from
Exactly.
the Punjabi side, like those people were farmers, most of them are soldiers. And I mean, those people are not meant to live, like have a 9 to 5 life. It's like,
Exactly, bro.
it's like that. Like Native Americans were not supposed to have that life. They were hunting, they were fishing and all that. And of course they found alcohol and then they drowned in it. It's going to be the
Yeah.
same. Like when we are going to be in a deindustrialized world, these people are habituated to the 9 to 5 lifestyle. Like these people
Yeah,
cannot go
bro.
back
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
that lifestyle. It's like
Exactly, bro.
it's like that. It's that. It's going to be that. Like people are going to recognize it for that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly right, man. I don't think like the dysfunction that we saw and the way they were talking about all these like nonsensical topics and subjects which are completely irrelevant. Like I don't know if you heard it, but like about 40 minutes ago when I tried to become a speaker, and there was this one guy, he's like talking about, oh my gosh, the Muslims 200 years ago, they were taking Americans as slaves or whatever, and they were like yelling about a subject that they don't even understand. And I was just listening to the thing and I'm like, okay, all of this is irrelevant, man. Oh, we got the legend, the man, the myth, the legend, Sir Malcolm. Sir Malcolm is here, and Brother Najjii is here. That's amazing, man. That's amazing. You know what? Because we're tight here, I'm gonna make Sir Malcolm co-host. I'm gonna make Brother Najjii. Oh, he disappeared for a second. I don't know. Okay, he'll come back. Whatever. But no, like what you were saying, Sir Arnav. It's like there were some people who lost when the world industrialized, and then there's some people who won, right? And like when I was listening to those guys talk on the spaces, it's just like it's pure dysfunction, man. It's like one guy who's like mulatto, he's talking about 70 years in the future we're gonna invade Venezuela, and the other guy is like, actually no, you can't do that. I'm like, what are you guys doing, man? What are you guys doing? Requested. Okay, who's requesting? Request to speak. All right, Sir Malcolm, request to speak, and Brother Najjii, send in a request if you wish to speak as well. I can make you speaker as well. And we can talk about goyim fatigue. I think we all know what we mean by goyim fatigue, so I don't think I need to
Dude, the
explain
goyim are not people. Like, let's just be real about this. Like, when they say we're people too, you just have to pull out your shotgun like an old yeller and put the goyim down.
What did you think about that spaces where like this like mulatto kid was talking about like conquering Venezuela 70 years from now? What did you think about that?
I mean, like, what do you even say about this crap? Like, I mean, like, the funny thing is, and this is kind of a John Michael Greer point, but like, the main sort of cause of goyim fatigue for me these days is just that you have like a human population that's gone from 1.5 billion people to like 8 in
Yeah.
3 generations, three and a half.
Yeah.
And if you think about like what that implies for any other animal, and like we have studies of this, generally speaking, when you have a population explosion like that, you get an equally sort of ragged downslope. So you go up really quickly and then you go down really quickly. And it's like you hear these people talk about like will we allow for mulatto women or like whatever, like what will be the racial divisions of sports? Like, bro, today, like if you want to have your genes carry on to your descendants, I think it's like you have to have like 7 or 8 kids or whatever to have break-even chance of your like descendants being around in 200 years or something.
Exactly.
So it's like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah. It's basic, like it's basic math of like, okay, well, this many generations, this many years, and like I was on that spaces. It took me like 40 minutes to become a speaker. After I became a speaker, they're just like yelling at each other. I was telling Sir Arnav before you showed up to the spaces, but I was telling him that it's all fucking dysfunction, man. Like, their mind is still stuck in the world of like, well, the 21st century is just gonna be the 20th century again, man. We're gonna have nationalism again. We're gonna have like America, whatever the fuck, America First Edition kind of shit. It's like, it's not even ghost dance, Sir Malcolm. It's more pathetic than that, man. It's like the Chinese people got addicted to opium. These guys are addicted to like fucking blonde girls running in the wheat fields generated by Sora AI in like by like a dude in Mumbai, like making a killing on his fucking hustle. That's what this is, man. I'm like, what is this, man?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is kind of interesting how anytime you try to bring up some sort of like structural point about where we are,
Yeah.
like even smart people, like their brains just shut down. And I've
Yeah,
seen
bro.
this with so many people, like I really used to respect. Like they can't handle the truth.
No.
So like, you have this big debate about like nuclear power or whatever in Europe, and you have all of this, like these potted narratives where it's like, oh well, why don't we have nuclear plants in Germany anymore? Well, it's because of the liberals and Angela Merkel and the Green
So
Party.
Sir
And it's like,
Malcolm,
no.
Sir Malcolm, it's because the Jews hid it from us, man. The white race
Yeah, I mean,
invented nuclear power, and the Jews hid it. That's the reason.
I think like if people were saying stuff like that, I would almost respect them more. Like it's even more pathetic because it's like this bog standard. Oh well, the liberal women who vote for the Greens, and it's like a nuclear power plant. You get like 40 years of useful service life out of that shit, and then you have to build another one. And we never built another one. And we never put aside money to build another one. And we have no companies capable of building another nuclear plant. There are none. Like if you go down the list.
Sir Malcolm, you only gotta do maintenance once. Didn't you talk to that guy on Twitter?
Oh yeah.
And he's like, oh, you gotta do vehicle maintenance only once. You only gotta build the one nuclear power plant.
That guy didn't even fucking read the graph. Like I mean, like it's a graph that says this shows the maintenance on 11 vehicles in our selection, and it's like, oh, this is just talking about Bradleys. Yeah. But like, just to stay on the nuclear power plant example,
go ahead. Yeah.
There's like a couple of companies in the world that can build one.
Yeah.
There's the French, and they're not taking new orders because the French nuclear industry is collapsing. There's an American company that went bankrupt years ago and can't accept new orders. There's a Korean company, South Korean company, with like a corporate debt higher than like the GDP of Germany or something like that. Yeah. Like they're basically, they don't exist anymore. And then there's a Chinese company and a Russian company, and that's it.
Yeah.
And so you can't build a new nuclear power plant, and we don't have any money put aside. Like that is so obvious. Like there's no money put aside to build a new one. And then you ask people about it, and it's like you can basically see their brains rebooting, and then they go, well, what if we just built one anyway?
Yeah.
And it's like, weren't you listening? Like there's no companies, and you haven't put aside money in the budget. But what if we had a nuclear power plant anyway?
Yeah.
And it's like that with fucking everything.
Bro. I was on that basis, and that's literally how they behave, man. It's like, well, what if we do it anyway? Well, there's surely a way, man. Like, okay, yeah, you talk for 10 minutes about this subject, but I'm just gonna assert again that, 70 years from now, we're gonna do something. Better not, you were gonna say something.
Well, I was just gonna comment that I remember, like, almost a year ago, you were talking about how you need, like, hundreds of tons of cement, thousands of tons of cement just to build one nuclear power plant. And
you need
like,
1 million. You need 1 million metric tons of cement. You need 1 million metric tons of cement to make even a medium-sized nuclear power plant. Right.
Correct.
So
right.
These things are like, and like if you check America's current concrete numbers, the surplus per year is actually narrowing down rapidly because, again, Sir Malcolm and myself and others have talked about this. John McGuire has as well. There's a catabolic collapse of industry. By 2035, 2040, there's not going to be any surplus concrete left because, like, everything is going to be used on, like, fucking maintenance on everything else that's already been built, right? You try to explain this subject to people, their brains literally shut off. You try to explain to them, look, man, you can't just do vehicle maintenance once in the fucking vehicle's lifetime. You gotta do it consistently. And every time you do it, the amount of resources needed to do it the second, the third, the 95th time, it increases. But they don't fucking listen to you, man. All their ideas about the world are still stuck in the 20th century. They're still talking about nationalism. They're still talking about communism. They're still talking about liberalism. They're not talking about, like, fucking biology and, like, fucking material science. This is literally, like, too much for them to grasp. It's, like, crazy. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, the interesting thing is just that, I mean, like, our problems right now is basically that on every sort of, no matter what aspect of society you want to look at, like take the collapsing fertility rate, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about it. It's like, oh, how can we get people to have more kids?
Yeah.
And there's a really simple point you have to make here, which is that, like, talking about total fertility rates, like, that's the wrong thing to focus on. You have to focus on, like, population levels and look at that over time, because just like with animals, when there's too many humans for the ecology to sustain, then ecology can be basically anything. It can be like, fishermen, for example, their ecology is the local waterways, like the local, like, body of water. So if the ecology runs out of fish, the ecology is going to collapse, and you can't have humans living off of fishing. And then if you have, like, industrialized agriculture, the ecology can support a lot more people, but you're going to have to use a lot of complex inputs. You're going to have to be mining, essentially, like, inputs for fertilizers and so on. And you're going to be running out of those at some point.
Bingo.
But, like, what we see throughout history is basically that human societies have grown really slowly. Yes, you've had, like, 5 kids per woman or whatever. And then you look at, like, the crude population increase from that, and it's like 0.04% or something.
Yeah.
Per year.
Exactly.
And what we had over, like, the last, 300 years roughly is that basically we had this huge explosion in population growth. And again, whenever that happens in nature, it's usually because, like, if you introduce reindeer or, white-tailed deer or whatever to a habitat with, like, no natural predators, you can see, like, similar population explosions because there's there's nothing basically keeping the population in balance. And again, whenever that happens, the animal tends to consume all the resources, right?
Yeah, maximum power principle.
Yeah, and when that happens, like, growth basically dies off. And there's like, if you try to tell the reindeer or whatever, you just need to have more kids. The only thing that's going to happen is that starvation is going to call the population numbers. Like, you can do it the easy way or the hard way.
Yeah. Nature will make the decision, or you can kind of choose to go down the slippery slope yourself. Yeah, I mean, you try to explain this stuff. No one's gonna listen. They're like, oh, we're gonna go to fucking space, or we'll figure something out, or oh, we're different from animals. We are human beings, and I'm like, dude, you need food, water, soil, etc., etc. You've got the same biophysical limitations that these guys do. All right. The fact that the world population, like you were saying, Sir Malcolm, 1.7 billion, then it became 6.1 billion, and now from 6.1 we've gone to 8.5 billion, right? You're not gonna get, like, a tripling of the world population to, like, 18 or 20 billion in the 21st century. That's fucking ridiculous, right? That's fucking ridiculous. And so if it's fucking ridiculous, that means that all your ideas of the world are debunked. Nationalism's not going to happen. Socialism's not going to happen. communism's not going to happen, liberalism's not going to happen. All of them are out the window, right? But when you talk to people like this, like you're saying, you see the eyes get blurry, their system reboots, the brain goes kind of foggy, and then they repeat the same slogans again and again, man. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
So.
but what people will say here is just like this is just too abstract. You're talking about ecology and so on, and it's like, how do I relate this to my everyday life? Like, I don't see the evidence here. And it's like, okay, what's the evidence? 15-year car notes. That's your fucking evidence right there. 50-year mortgages.
There we go.
If you look at something like our pension system, like the basic sort of definition of an ecological overshoot, so like for monkeys or for deer or whatever, is that you have reached a level where sustaining the population basically draws more resources from the ecology that can be put in each year. So
Bingo.
You can still have like the population level, but you're basically cannibalizing the ability to provide for the population in 2 years or 10 years or whatever. You're eating up the future to sustain the present. Okay, how does our fucking pension system work? Yeah. Everyone who's not, at room temperature IQ would just tell you flat out, this is no big secret, that our pension systems can only work for a couple of years, literally, like less than 10 years in most cases. In the US, it's like Social Security is going to run out in like 2042. And so we can only keep this thing going by basically telling future generations, you're going to work for your entire sort of child, like productive life. You are going to be working as a slave to pay for boomers. Yeah. And then once the boomers are dead, there's not going to be a fucking lifeboat from the Titanic. Like, you are going to be dying in poverty. Like, that nobody is going to be working for you.
Bingo.
Like, this is the last chance saloon here for people to enjoy a pension, and you're not invited.
Yeah.
And if you think about infrastructure, like physical infrastructure, I brought up nuclear power plants, but I should maybe have talked about sewage systems, which is, kind of, if you play Civilization or whatever, if you want a city above a certain number of population, you need a sewage system. Like,
you actually can't have a city of more than 1 million people without industrialization and what have you of the sewage system, right? We know this from like population and like urban studies and these types of things. But no, go ahead.
Just to finish the point really quickly here, like with the sewage systems, this is kind of like in every industrialized country you look at. The open secret is we are no longer maintaining the sewage systems. We don't, like here in Sweden, everyone is just like honest with the fact that these things have like a replacement life cycle of 100 years. So over those 100 years, you have to put in enough money to build an entire new version of what you built. And we're maybe putting in 20% of that.
Yeah.
So we're not going to have a sewage system, like we're reaching the end of service life for a lot of it. We're not going to have a functioning industrial sewage system in a country like Sweden in 40 years.
Correct. Yeah.
So again, like the signs are all here.
Yeah, exactly. And the signs are here, and you got to accept what they're telling you without like doing like utopian things of like, we're just going to fucking fix it. Sir Arnav, you've had your hand up for a long time. No need to raise your hand, man. You're co-host, so you can, quip in whenever you wish to, and, go for it.
No, I just didn't want to disturb what Sir Malcolm was saying, so I just waited. No, the question that you started the space with, I had always this thing, like, when I joined like political online spaces, there was this cartoon figure like Homer Simpson. And like, the thing about him was like this, he's a bum and whatnot. And like a last 1.5 year ago, there was this thing that Homer Simpson was such a bum. Yeah, he had a home, he has a family, he has a job. Like his life is better than our
Yeah.
life. But think about it, that the level of abundance that Americans saw post 45 to up till 2001, one can say, or 2008, is so obscene and so obscene that it like their behavior to me makes full sense, because these people who grew up in the 80s or the 90s, like they think that this level of abundance where any bum can or janitor can get a home with a yard is the baseline human existence.
Yeah.
Now that they are actually hitting some biophysical human limits, their behavior totally makes sense to me.
Yeah,
What do
I
you think
mean,
about
like,
it?
no, you're correct, right? I mean, 10 years from now, Homer Simpson is going to be looked at as like a fucking royalty or whatever the fuck, right? And, no, like as Sir Malcolm was saying, whether it's the sewage system or all these other things, right? These things, you need to do regular maintenance, you need to do regular work on these things, right? But when you talk to the Goyim, right? The Goyim basically say, well, man, we've got this master who are like the Jews. If we just get rid of the master, everything else will just kind of fall in place, right? I mean, I left that spaces. Like, the reason I left that spaces and started my own spaces is because one of these guys, I think it was the host or the co-host, he literally just said, oh, we just gotta get rid of this foreign lobby and then everything else will be fine. And I'm just like, no, man, everything else is not gonna be fucking fine. This is a fucking cope. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, but as Sir Malcolm was saying, you gotta fucking build the things, replace the things, maintain the things, otherwise you're fucking fucked, right? It doesn't just all fall into place.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like, it's not physically possible. Like, I have to defend people like Borsoi and so on, because, I mean, they understand these things, at least at some level. And, like, it's, like, they're becoming millennial doomers, like the rest of us going, nice. It's all gonna fall apart.
They're taking the doom pill. They're taking the doom pill, nice.
But it's like, I find it much more interesting to sort of think through a world in which things are shrinking, right?
Yeah.
Then, like, all of these useless fantasies about, like, oh, we're gonna round the corner and then everything is gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Like, no. That's not how it works. And also, like, if you think about, like, all of these solutions where it's like, people need to have more kids. Why? In order to pay pensions for a completely unfair system where it's like, you will never get the benefits yourself. Like, you are only there to provide exit liquidity for a crypto scam. Okay, man. But, like, why is that a compelling argument for people to have kids? Like, your kids needs to be the exit liquidity for our pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
Like, if you tell them that, they're just gonna say, yeah, okay, you've just convinced me to not have them. And there's obviously, like, a lot of copes in that where it's like, oh, well, I never wanted to have kids anyway, like, because I'm so superior. Yeah, sure, like, that's just making a virtue out of necessity, as they say. But it's like, again, I really wish people could talk about these things in a sort of adult way, is the word I'm looking for here. Where it's like, yes.
It's not a virtue. It's like, oh, I can't speak to women. Women don't speak to me, so I'm gay now. It's like, It's not a virtue. It's like, hiding from the inferiority. Like thanks to you people, for just like what Sir Malcolm was saying about infrastructure. For the past 1 year in Mumbai, roads are in constant maintenance. Like, they're digging up the roads and they're maintaining it once and for all. And if before like 1 year, I would have been like, shouting like everyone, like, why is like, everything and like in such a mess? But thanks to you people, like understanding that maintenance is necessary. Like half of the shit now in Mumbai is now pure maintenance.
Yeah.
We cannot make new stuff if you can't maintain the old stuff. But this is something that forget Americans and Westerners in general. Like even like the urban people in the East, even they don't understand because this is something that the level of scale of materials sort of needed to maintain a life is out of the scope for 99%
Yeah,
people. It is very hard
exactly, man. I mean,
to make people understand.
I mean, Sir Malcolm wants people to speak about this subject in an adult way. I think it's gonna happen. It's just that the population has to drop, right? Probably 100 years from now, people will be talking about this subject in a very adult way because, like, the shocks are
Oh
gonna
yeah,
happen.
yeah.
Yeah, because like the reason they're not talking about it, man, is because like their brain is still stuck in the 20th century, right? Like whenever these guys talk about nationalism or communism or like fucking liberalism and whatever the fuck, it's like you're just resurrecting the dead forms, man. Like you're going to the fucking Greek temple, nobody fucking worships there anymore, and you're trying to do like the fire ceremony, man. Like it's fucking dead, right? And unless you get the negative feedbacks happen, man, it's not gonna be a thing, right? Like, and so the childishness will continue. Oh, we have a
Funny thing is that the most scientific race always comes down to liberalism and communism. Like, like the most scientific
okay.
race, the most practical material race always comes down to this shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of other bullshit that they believe in. Anyhow, we got Jay with a hand raise. You've got a question for the panel? Go on right ahead.
Or this was listed a question. Thanks for letting me speak.
No worries,
I
no worries.
think I just want to add a little synthesis point, which is like, I think the Homer Simpson point is like kind of representative of another broader point that I think is kind of tying this all together when you guys are talking about, oh, like the old forms of communism and liberalism are no longer relevant and like why it seems so hard, as Malcolm says, to have, it's like, I think it's true. Like it's actually quite hard to have a discussion with like Westerners in particular about like this topic because it's just so unthinkable. And so you have to default to kind of, oh, well, like kind of fighting the wars of like last century. But I think I'd point out, like, when you say, oh, it takes like 100 years for this change to happen, I think that's like probably not true. Like, I think that people can shift pretty rapidly when they have 10 or 20 years of like stagflation and recessions and blah, 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 right? Like, I think the boomer who sees Homer Simpson as like the median outcome for his graduating class in college, like, he cannot conceptualize of a world besides
Got it.
like East versus West. But when you have it such that everyone around you is like, oh, like scarcity is the new norm, I think you pretty easily in like a year or 2 years get to some place where you're like talking about this in a very normal way as opposed to utopianism.
I actually don't disagree with what you said. What I would simply caution you with is like when people talk about this subject, they do it in a childish way, right? They're like, well, you know, the Westerners had their moment in the sun. Why can't we have our moment in the sun? Why can't we build like fucking giant skyscrapers like America and China or whatever? And you try to explain to them, okay, bro, there's no resources for this stuff, man. Like it literally, look, there's certain elements in the Earth's crust. You dig them up. The recycling rate is less than 10%. The moment you use it up, it's fucking gone. It's not going to be coming back, right? We don't have like a fucking alchemist at the back of the shop that goes, yeah, man, I'm just gonna invent new elements in the periodic table and whatever. Like, okay, look, the heavy elements, right? They were born from the supernova in the stars. They collected in the Earth's core and the crust and what have you, right? You used it up. 10%, again, only 10% can be recycled. That's all you got, man. That's all you got, right? And so like, okay, 20, 30 years of stagflation or whatever the fuck. And then you talk to them after that, you're like, okay, are you now ready to talk about a contracting world, a negative sum world, a world in which things are getting smaller? They're going to be like, no, man, I still want my moment in the sun. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's not going to happen until it's like really, really, really brutal. Of like several billion people were not born, ever died due to negative feedbacks, etc., etc. And then through experience, right? Because again, experience is a harsh mistress. She always gives you the punishment first and the lesson afterward, right? And I think that's what's gonna need to happen, man. Like, this is not a subject where people are ready to throw in the towel on, right? They wanna have their like quote unquote, powerful moment or whatever that they saw in the 20th century and the Western world mythologized. and they're not willing to back off from that, if that makes sense, right? So
Yeah, I think.
So I know, like you are like talking to my ears because I'm like from India. So
I know
like
exactly what I'm
this
talking
shit,
about.
like oh, we have to be the next
Yeah.
America.
Bro,
Sorry,
I know what I'm
sorry.
talking about, bro. Exactly. You're talking about India. I've interacted with Indians. This is literally how they think, man.
Yeah.
This is like, well, why can't we Indians build 100-story skyscrapers like the Westerners, man? They had their time. They had their shot. We want our shot too. And you try to be patient with them. You try to have an adult conversation with them. They get really upset at you. But yeah, Sir Malcolm, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just going to say that regarding learning from experience. I mean, the big patient here, like the elephant in the room, is kind of the Chinese, if we're being honest.
Exactly, man.
And like there's a lot of cope on both sides. So you had this bridge collapse in China recently, and a lot of Westerners were like, "Oh well, you know, these slanty-eyed gooks, look at them, they can't build bridges." Like Chinese engineering, ha ha ha, made in China, ha ha ha. And it's like, okay, first of all, like the bridges in the West are falling apart all on their own.
Yeah.
So like we're just complaining because we're projecting. We're like
Yeah.
Westerners are just projecting. But also the Chinese engineering was flawless. Absolutely flawless. The problem was they built a bridge in an area that was like a sort of rock slide, mudslide zone where you
Yeah.
shouldn't really build bridges. But they made a political decision to go ahead anyway, and they installed all of
Exactly.
these sensors and basically said, okay, well, we're just gonna hope that the sensors catch the mudslide in time, and so we can evacuate the bridge before anyone dies. And they did that.
Yeah.
So part of the bridge collapsed, not all of it, but like they can rebuild. Here's the thing: a society that builds these kinds of really expensive bridges in areas that like normal engineers would tell you, don't build a fucking bridge there, bro. This is not a society that is going to avoid the trap that is now killing the West, which is
Exactly.
we built all of these sewage systems, we built all of these nuclear power plants, we built this like these phone lines, these copper phone lines, we built the electrical systems like crisscrossing the country. And now, 100 years later, we can't maintain any of it because we never
Yeah.
planned for like the sort of sustainable life cycle of this.
Yeah.
We just assumed there would be even more resources like a generation from now. And so the Swedes who built the first generation, and as it would turn out, the last generation of Swedish nuclear power plants, they basically assumed that people in the early 2000s, they would be so rich that they would just build new ones.
Yeah.
And that never happened. Like China is going to do the same thing. It's already happening.
Oh,
So
yeah, bro.
when you hear Chinese people go like, "Oh, you silly Westerners, like the Middle Kingdom, we have 2,000 years of wisdom. Like we're not like you."
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure. Like that's what the Europeans who came in on the fucking like drug boats during the late years of the Qing. That's what they thought. Like, oh, you fossil like Chinese, you ooga booga, like you don't have understand that we Westerners, we have unlocked the truth, like the real sort of transcendental knowledge. Like you can maybe learn from us. And now it's just gonna happen in reverse.
Yeah. Like China is basically like maximum power principle times 10 with regard to the West. They're gonna overshoot. I mean, they've already overshoot. I think like in their agriculture, they're already like doing hand pollination because like their bee populations have been absolutely fucked by their like massive use of coal and these other things. There's pollutants everywhere. The soil, topsoil. I mean, they have a bunch of this like brown soil in like Manchuria, which is like one of the few Chernozem deposits in the world. Chernozem is like super high quality clay soil that's been eroded away. And so like you said, Sir Malcolm, they're just gonna be like, what, it's 2025. I don't think they're gonna even make it 50 years, man. I mean, the rate at which they're growing, like when you see that the trajectory for like, okay, growth in like primary energy consumption, growth in like topsoil erosion, growth in like usage of like renewable water resources. And you look at that and you go, yeah, man, this elk population B, is gonna collapse probably faster than elk population A, if we're being honest here, right? So there we go.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, the thing here is, and this is what the Chinese don't want to acknowledge, is that if you have like a population graph, the point where you fuck yourself is on the upslope.
Yeah.
So you had this St. Matthew's Island or whatever it was called, where they introduced reindeer, and you went from 48 to like 6,000, and then down to 48 again, and then they all died. Like no, even at the point where there were less than 100 reindeer left, like I guess like this was some sort of epigenetic effect or whatever, but like the fertility was seriously depressed even when the food supply recovered, and they basically died out, even though technically maybe they shouldn't. But like they did some math about it later, and it turns out like that island could have sustained maybe 1,500 reindeer indefinitely, like
Bingo.
for 500,000 years, something like that.
Yeah.
But so the way you really screw yourself over, it's not like when you hit 6,000 and you can't increase the population. It's not when you're going like, oh man, like nobody's having kids, like what's going on? It's when you cross the point. It's like a black hole. Like you cross the event horizon when you're still growing.
Yeah. Exactly.
There's a lot of space between 1,500 reindeer and 6,000, right? But like everything over 1,500, and you're in the red zone. And like the Chinese, I mean, they passed the point of no return, decades ago, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Like everyone else.
Yeah. Global ecological footprint is 2.8 hectares per person. Biocapacity globally is 1.63, so that's an overshoot by about 60-70%. Deficit is negative 1.2, 1.3 per person. If you want to do the raw math on that, total biocapacity deficit for the entire planet is 10,400 or so mega hectares, right? Sir Malcolm, 10,400. How much of it is from China itself?
I don't know. I mean, 10,400.
That's the entire world, but how much of the deficit is just from China?
Classic Ahnaf quiz.
40%.
How much?
40%. I'm just throwing it out.
Very close. Very close. So Sir Malcolm is very close. It's 3,500, right? So the Chinese themselves are 1/3 in overshoot. The Americans actually are 1,400. 1,400 out of the 10,400. India is 800 in the deficit. Japan is in the deficit by 600, which, if you know Japanese population stuff, they're absolutely fucked. United Kingdom is negative 500. Germany is negative 300. Okay, let's find Sweden. Where's Sweden at? Where are you? Ooh, is Sweden a positive country? Let me see. It could be the case. Yeah, Sweden is plus 32. Hooray, Sir Malcolm, you guys are okay.
Yeah, it's not going to help, though. I mean, again, it's like you try to tell people, like, you basically have to prepare for a situation where there's going to be, like, I don't know, 5 million Swedes or whatever in 60 years, rather than 10, like it is today. And again, the only thing that happens is you see, like in an android in a science fiction movie, like you see their brains shut down and then they reboot like nothing ever happened.
Or they do the other thing, which is they call you a Malthusian and they get angry at you. They're like, how could you say that? How dare you? You're fucking anti-human. How dare you say these things? I fucking hate you. That's the other mode. The one mode is they shut down. The other mode is they get angry. So
the Malthusian thing is so stupid also because Malthus was making a point about food.
Yeah.
And like none of this is about food, dude.
Yeah, it's much bigger.
Like you could have, if we assumed that, like if we just waved a magic wand and said, humans no longer need food.
Yeah.
Like, food is over. There's no reason to ever like produce food. Like, we don't have to think about it anymore. Even in that situation, like, Malthus would be completely irrelevant. He would say, okay, well, my work is done. Like, food is no longer a thing. So, like, you can just disregard everything I ever said on the topic.
They actually tested this, by the way. Like, in the Limits to Growth book, people talk about the base case, where, like, they only looked at the base case, but they actually looked at 12 other scenarios. One of the scenarios they looked at was unlimited food, right? Guess what happens in that scenario, Sir Malcolm? Guess what happens?
It's just you run out of other resources. Like, you run out of space, you basically kill the environment through pollution, etc.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you bang on the money. So what happens in that scenario is you run out of space, but the main thing that kills everyone in that scenario is the pollution. It grows exponentially. The pollution grows exponentially. And I think the term they used is persistent pollution. Persistent pollution is different from intermittent pollution. Because, like, there's always pollution with regard to an industrial process, right? Or any process in like life. But there's certain chemicals and additives and whatnot that stay, right? And so far, like, what's happened to us is that we've gotten to 8.5 billion people and these other things, and people are like, okay, well, you know, the Limits to Growth people, they said we were going to have all this pollution. Well, the thing is, what happened to the pollution is that it got soaked up by the oceans, by the global oceans, and the fish and all these things are fucking dying, right? But they don't have an infinite capacity for, like, soaking up the pollution. So eventually, the other stuff that they were supposed to soak up and they aren't able to anymore, it's going to start affecting us as well. So there you go. Always a fun topic to talk about. And this is why people start calling you Malthusian. They get angry, they reboot and what have you. But no, Brother Najjii, are you enjoying this conversation? This is the kind of stuff I love to talk about.
Of course, yes. I mean, when it comes to Malthusian economics, people forget there were, spiritual prophets that came before us far, far in the past, and you know, they talked about balance, things like balance, and so that's where we're at, where we've lost sight of that, and I don't envy Sir Malcolm. He lives in Europe, and they have no understanding of balance. And at the same time, I live in the U.S., so neither do my people. So, and we're at that point where no one really understands balance. And yeah, there you go. What else can you say?
Yeah, William E. Rees, who came up with ecological footprint. I think he's retired now, but when he used to teach his students, one of the ways he used to explain the concept is that if you took humans and you added up all of the biomass that humans have, and then you took all of our livestock, so cattle and whatever we domesticate, that's like 94, 98%, something like that, a huge number, right? Every other mammalian life form is like the remaining 2, 3, 4%, right? And the point he's making is that the way the utopians, and the utopians, he uses this word to describe all the people whose brains are still stuck in the 20th century, right? The way they talk about it is, well, okay, 94, 98%, that's amazing, man. So, we are never going to go extinct, right? Because, like, humans, we've dominated every biome, every habitat, every freaking, like, part of the world, basically. And he says, actually, the opposite is true. The opposite is true because since we are embedded in all 350-something food chains, and we are embedded in every single biospheric process, multiple failure points will eventually emerge, inevitably so. They will coalesce, they will aggregate, and then the failure will reach every single part of the world, right? And because we are embedded in every single system, we are going to get the most brutal Malthusian reality check ever, right? And he got accused of, like, oh, you hate humanity and the usual thing and whatever, but he's correct, man. I mean, you just gotta check his mathematics. I mean, I'm a math guy, and I'm just like, yeah, the math checks out. He's correct. So there you go.
But didn't Malthus make all those predictions before the fossil fuel boom?
He
Like, how could he had predicted that?
no. Malthus looked at food production. He basically said food production
Right,
increases
right.
linearly and population
Mm-hmm.
is geometric, right? And so the point he was making was that it's not going to keep up, right? If he had said, okay, it is possible for food to be geometric and population to be geometric, but it doesn't fucking matter. Something else will kill it, right? Then, but again, he didn't have access to ecology. He didn't have access to these other things. If he did, he would have made that point, right? But Malthus, his point was about food, like Sir Malcolm was saying. But even if you take food out of the equation, it doesn't matter. It would just be some other negative feedback loop, basically. There's multiple failure points. That's the point. The point is, even if food doesn't get you, something else will get you, basically. So, good Sir Jay, you've got your hand raised. Do you have another question?
Well, I mean, I just point out that, like, I agree. I think everyone here probably agrees that all the food chains and stuff are very fragile, and there are, like, these will lead to either direct physical or, like, physiological conditions, or, like, they'll cause social issues later. But, like, I think for what it's worth, it's, like, it is pretty valuable being precise about exactly what the claim is, basically. Like,
Yeah.
I'd point out, you can imagine, right, when, like, you're in, like, the Renaissance or whatever, and you're like, OMG, like, you know, all these cities are coming up so fast. Like, how are we ever going to cope? We don't have a sewage system. Like, this has never been invented, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are basically many times where, like, I think you can make a pretty analogous argument, and then kind of out of nowhere, something springs up that relieves that pressure. And I agree, like, it has historically been fragile, and you've had lots of disasters, and, like, you know, overpopulation and bad sanitation leads to plagues and disease and stuff or whatever. But like, I think it's worth, like, trying to analyze it a little more precisely than just, this is fragile, something will break. Like, of course, it's always been fragile, but, like, what will actually break is probably the interesting thing.
Sure. I mean, like, we could do that, but it would not be a Twitter Spaces anymore. It would be like an academic lecture. That's why I don't want to do it. I mean, you can check out on your free time. You can check out the work William E. Rees and his, like, research group and these guys did. The nation on the planet with the highest biocapacity reserve right now is Brazil. Number 2 is Canada. And number 3 is, like, I think Russia, and then number 4 is Australia, right? So, like, if you want to have a lifestyle where, like, okay, for the next 100 years, I want to live in a space where, like, it's not going to have this population contraction thing. It's going to have this other problem of, like, people mass emigrating and fleeing their homelands being destroyed by pollution and climate change and these other things. Sure, you can move to these countries, but like, these countries will also be impacted, man. There's no safe spot. Like, okay, if you're in Bangladesh is going underneath the fucking ocean, right? Okay, that's one kind of problem. Okay, if you're in Canada, people are going to mass migrate to you and try to steal your water resources. That's another kind of problem. Okay, if you're in Russia, men from, like, Central Asia are going to show up, grab the women, and be like, okay, this is our place now, because, you know, you can't defend us anymore, right? And so that's the world. Like, the shrinking world is going to be a conflict-driven world. It's not going to be this world of, like, you know, I'm a liberal and I want to do, like, liberal democracy, or, oh no, you know, I'm a communist, I'm going to have communism, and, oh no, I'm a national. All of it's going to fail, man. All of it's going to fail, right? Because the fundamental vector of, like, okay, population's increasing, we can pay people pensions and stuff, we can kind of build this complex society of more energy and material inputs. That's not going to exist, man. That's not going to exist. But yeah, I don't want to go into specifics here, just because, like, it'll then become an academic lecture, and then people will be bored out of their minds and leave. But that's kind of my reason. Yeah.
If I can just add one more thing. So I work, like, professionally in the energy world, and, like, it is my job to, like, look at this stuff.
Nice, bro.
For what it's worth, like, I would point out, like, I agree, obviously, in a shrinking world, things are pretty nasty. Like, I'm from Canada. The immigration is kind of already happening. For better or worse. But, like, I'd point out, like, I think by most estimates, even, like, the super high TFR, high fertility, blah, 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 like, growing population countries are showing signs of slowdown, right? I mean, lots of South America is also doing that. In West Africa, you're seeing it. You're starting to see it a little bit, at least. So, like, at least by population, it's, like, not obvious to me that you're still on the upswing. Like, I think you're growing, yes, but
Yeah,
not as much.
correct.
And so like on the energy side, at least, like for oil, for gas, I think for what it's worth, like my best professional opinion, if you ask me, like, are we going to run out at either current rates or like 2x? Like, I think you're probably fine, at least for the next 50 to 100 years. For power generation, you have solar, you have wind. You can debate if you think that is like a legitimate source or not, but like
the issue
solar,
is not
wind,
the issue is not energy viability. The issue is usage and habits, right? If you told someone, I want you to get all your calories by eating lettuce all day, is it, could he do it? Yes, he probably could, right? But he would basically like screw himself, right? So it's like, if you look at solar, wind, and these other renewable things, right? They make up like 20%, right? I mean, they've been around since like the 1950s, 1960s. In that time, they've barely made a dent. I mean, Dr. Simon Mikko, he's written like a paper. I mean, he works for the Geological Survey of Finland. If you want to really go like technical and academic, you can read his paper. But the point he basically makes in that paper is as a very simple one, right? And I don't have to get academic to describe it. Fossil fuels, oil, coal, and natural gas have certain traits that no other energy sources have. One of them is fungibility, right? You can drive to a gas station. You can just take the thing and just put it in your car, right? And then you're like an adult guy, but the mechanical work that the gasoline does is like the equivalent of like several horses, several hundred horses, or like, thousands of men, right? Wind, solar, and these things, right? They are not fungible like that, and they can't do that for you, right? You would basically have to store them in a battery or a buffer system. And even if you did that, right, significant portion of it will be lost. And in order to build those giant buffers, and I don't know, let's say store it for a minimum amount of time, let's say 4 weeks or 6 weeks or whatever, you would basically use up enormous amounts of copper, vanadium, silver. I think one estimate he made was that, okay, let's say we took solar from the summer and we made an 8-week buffer, and we wanted to build just the battery for that, the battery and the buffer for that. How much copper and silver would we need? Well, if we took all of the copper and silver from everywhere, including the seabed floor that we've discovered, it would not be enough, right? So that's the thing. It's like, could you eat 2,000 calories in a day from just fucking lettuce? Yes, you probably could, but it's going to be, close to nigh impossible, right? If that makes sense. The people come up with all kinds of other stuff. They're like, well, why not just make all the cars hydrogen? I mean, okay, how many vehicles are there on the planet? You would have to make that many changes. It's not doable, man. It's not doable, right? Each of the different energy systems has a different reason for why it doesn't work, right? Each of them has a different defeater, right? But Dr. Simon Mikko goes over it. I mean, if you want to read the paper, you can read the paper. But like this stuff, people talked about it a while ago, and it's kind of been debunked for a while, basically.
So like I think it's a very valid point that like there are a lot of issues with solar, wind, and renewables, namely the intermittency. So for context, I focus mostly on electricity, power, all that stuff. So like I think the main difference from a lot of academic work that's like just in reality kind of happened is that like the TLDR is that China discovered solar panels are actually an amazingly efficient process once you get them down. And I think since a lot of these works have been written, the price and efficiency in terms of just like raw material inputs, that cost has gone down substantially in creating solar and wind, specifically to solar actually. But I think on the battery point, I agree. Like, I'm sure that if you tried to create like an 8-week buffer, that's like a large amount of energy supply that's required. But like, I guess importantly, like I'm not trying to be like condescending here, but like, I mean, you don't need an 8-week buffer for solar, right? You need a 1-day buffer for solar because
here's the thing. Okay. So you're actually wrong about this, and I'll tell you why. And I don't mean to be mean here. The reason you need 8 weeks is actually not enough. You need something to store energy for several months and years at a time. And the reason you need that is for basic national and strategic reasons, right? If you can't do that, right, there are multiple climates all across the world where suddenly people don't have heating and they're going to fucking die, right? The thing with what you're saying with regard to like efficiency, yes, there is growth in efficiency, But when you look at the actual numbers, it's like, okay, efficiency increase of 10% or 20% or 5% or 4%. None of these numbers are meaningful. The actual numbers that you need to hit in order for it to be meaningful is not like, okay, 10%, 20%, 30%. You would have to hit numbers like 500%, 700%, 1200%, right? And which it just isn't there, man. It's just not there.
I don't want to derail this conversation too, because I'm sure there's other
fine,
points
man.
to be
You
discussed.
can it's not my first rodeo. I've gotten these questions. Don't worry about it, man.
But like, I guess my point here is just like I think the argument for why you would need 8 weeks as the specific benchmark for national security or something is like
he looked at multiple, man. He didn't just look at 8 weeks. He looked at like 8 weeks, 6 weeks, 4 weeks. I only brought up the 8 weeks because like it's an astonishingly stupid number, right? He also looked at 16 weeks, by the way, which is an even crazier number, right?
Yeah, like, but I guess I would just point out like the whole argument would go with something like you can have your what you call like baseload generation or like ability to dispatch this stuff, so like your coal or your natural gas or whatever in reserve, and you have those built already, and if you need to call on them, you can, right? When when the sun isn't shining, when your batteries aren't working, when the wind isn't blowing, whatever.
Sure.
And that can basically be the reserve. And that's actually, for example, in Texas, how they run their grid, right? Like during the middle of the day, I think almost always the majority of power is provided by solar and wind.
Bingo.
But they call on their gas and coal when needed, right? But I'm just pointing out, like, you add some batteries, you add some more solar, and you can get to a point where like your steady state needs for burning fossil fuels or producing pollutants and all this stuff is actually
I agree
quite
with
low.
you, man. Bro, I agree with you. Here's the thing. In that system that you just described to me, coal is a component. And again, everyone here knows in this space, coal, oil, and natural gas are finite, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the point Dr. Simon McCoy makes in the paper is not that, oh, you can't make a viable infrastructure saying that works. The point he makes is that you can't build it without coal, oil, and natural gas somewhere, somehow in the system, right? You can't make a fully independent system. Does that make sense? Right? And if you can't make that, go ahead.
Like, I agree. You like in the same way I agree. Like in Minecraft, right? You can't bootstrap immediately to like fancy tools and stuff, right? But like, I think it is something of a. It seems something like of a logical fallacy to basically say, suppose that we would continuously need to redevelop the grid and produce these new energy resources in a way that depletes the finite stuff, because like I do think it is true, like when you actually look at the amount of energy that goes into stuff, and obviously a lot of energy goes into smelting the heat, like the photovoltaic wafers, blah blah blah, right? But I think like by most estimates, if you plop those panels down in a sunny place, they pay for themselves energy wise pretty fast.
It depends on what you're calculating, man. I mean, if you're calculating just a panel, you got to understand, you got to also look at the mining needed to dig out the metals from the Earth's crust necessary to build those panels. Once you factor that in, you're completely in the red, right? If you calculate it some other way, fair enough. Yeah, you can say it's positive in that way, but that's just an accounting trick, man.
So, I mean, I think the argument against this is basically just like, I think, so like, again, I don't disagree, and I really don't want to just like, like hammer down on this specific thing, because
you can, man. I've heard these before, man. If you want to, you can. Go ahead.
But like, yeah, like I don't know. I really don't find this argument compelling, mainly because I think that there are examples, I think, of a couple of grids and they come with issues. Like, again, I'm not saying there are no issues with solar or wind, like, dependent grids, but like, by and large, like, we have pretty good examples where you can sustain, like, in a steady state without requiring much new addition in terms of new solar, new wind to accommodate for like population growth or whatever, where it's like, you have some gas and you have some coal, but it's not really at this point being used in the same way or to the same intensity that it was before, right? So if before you had 100 years of coal or oil or gas, now you have 500 years, right? After you burn the first year or two on getting to something that is more energy efficient. Like,
okay. Those numbers don't mean anything. And the reason they don't mean anything is because if I told you there's this much oil and gas underneath Antarctica, it's a meaningless piece of information. It's a meaningless piece of information because you don't have the infrastructure or the mechanics necessary to dig through 3 miles of ice. Right? You don't.
So, right. Well, so like, I mean, I think the way that in the we might think about this normally as like, you would talk about basically what the cost to extract would be, and then you can talk about like economically viable reserves. And like, so that basically means like, up to, as you point out, technology, right? We're not going to go into Antarctica if there's a cheap, like Saudi Arabia has like a marginal cost like $7 a barrel. Like they can just dig it with a shovel and like oil comes out and it's super cheap, right? But like as you go up the cost curve, we can think about how much like we've been in environments before where oil has been like $120 a barrel, right? Like post 1973 during the second oil crisis. I think even for briefly like after the Iraq War, right? Oil was quite high too. Like, when you get to those prices, a lot of oil suddenly basically becomes like, wow, we got to start drilling this stuff.
I have a question.
Yeah, go get sir.
Why does any of this matter? I mean, even if we assumed that we had some sort of way to basically solve our energy problems, like energy generation, we could find some sort of steady state for it. We would still be having the problem of like every other part of the human ecology, like, is not in a steady state environment and it's actually collapsing.
Yeah.
Like our financial system doesn't work. Our basic civilizational infrastructure is breaking down and we can't pay the maintenance costs for it. Like the US can't actually even repair its military.
Yeah.
And like there's no kids.
Yeah.
And there's no way
Yeah.
to pay for the pensions.
Bingo. Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, like, this is kind of the problem with, like, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Compartmentalizing things.
Yeah.
Like, if you think about, like, TFR, for example, like, how can we, like, should we ban abortion? Should we ban porn or whatever? How can we get people to have more kids? You kind of are missing the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
Because, like, these things all sort of tie into each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so my point is just that, like, even trying to solve the energy problems, like, you could potentially even do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the problem with trying to sort of solve an ecology is that whenever you do, you tend to get like, it's like squeezing like a balloon or whatever, like the excess air just goes somewhere else.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I don't think it can be solved, but even if you'd waved a magic wand and you did, quote unquote, solve the energy problem, right? And sometimes I entertain the thought experiment just for the hell of it, right? Well, basically some other negative feedback would kill you, right? Basically it would be like, okay, fine. We don't live in a steady state economy, bro. We live in like, GDP line go up. We got to pursue infinite growth. We got to pursue all this other stuff, right? Yeah, you can sell people on like, okay, well, hey man, I have solar, wind, coal, and then 5 other things, and then this is steady state. And then he's going to laugh at you and be like, okay, but I need fucking GDP line go up 20%, right? And then you try to do GDP line go up 20%, and then it's like, okay, well, TFR collapses to 0.5, and then these other pollution things increase by 200%, and you're completely fucked, right? Which is like systems thinking, Sir Malcolm. I think that's the thing. It's like compartmentalization. The opposite of that is holistic systems thinking, which people unfortunately don't have, man. I've not seen it that much, so that's cool.
So Ahnaf, I have to tell something interesting about Dr. Simon Mishaw. Actually, I was able to ask him a question last month in the Peak Oil chat. And I asked him, my question was that if we are getting access to these charts where they're saying that in 20 years, 25 years, all this is gone, this knowledge should surely be in the industry who extracts and mines this shit. And his response was very depressing, where he says that it's a taboo subject over there. No one wants to even entertain the idea. And he got reprimanded over, and like that session where he was supposed to give a presentation to industry insiders turned into a DEI session where how come there are less female people in the space? It's like not only that, China is not even updating their reserves for the past 4 years. Not even European Union has done it since 2019. So it's like the numbers that we are getting and we are still sort of tracking the decline. It may be way worse.
Yeah, I mean, people stopped caring about these things ages ago, man. I mean, the Saudis probably haven't updated their numbers, but like as Sir Malcolm was saying, ultimately it doesn't fucking matter because like even if you compartmentalize energy, 5 other negative feedbacks would stab you in the back basically and finish you off that way, right? It's like, well, like I said, people's brains are still stuck in the 20th century. They wanna like be the hero and like save the day or whatever, and they wanna have a way out of the situation. And you're like, no, man, there isn't a way out. It's a predicament. It's not a problem. Predicaments don't have solutions. Yeah. So, brother Najjii, you've been awfully quiet. Anything you want to say?
No, I'm just enjoying listening to you and Malcolm and everybody talk about energy security and whatnot. I mean,
Yeah.
at some level, I think I don't know. I think humans will get into conflict instead of just like de-bioengineering ourselves like into the dirt. I think like we'll get into a conflict much sooner than that, and you already see it in Ukraine
How
and Russia
how
and
many
such things.
people, if you added up all of human history, all right? If you added up all of human history, how many people have died from wars, genocides, and ethnic cleansings? What do you think the number is? All of them. Just add all of them up.
Yeah, no, I got you. 250 million.
It's double that. It's 500 million.
Okay,
So,
I was in the ballpark.
yeah, 500 million people have died from all the wars, genocides, and ethnic cleansing in human history. If you added up all the people who have ever existed, alive and dead, it's 117 billion, right? So as a species, we ain't seen nothing yet with regard to negative feedbacks, right? It's like, oh, Ahnaf, war,
Yeah,
and this, buddy, you ain't seen nothing yet with regard to negative feedbacks. Hold on to your hats, man. Roller coaster is only going to go down now.
people.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, go ahead,
also,
please.
like negative feedbacks. I mean, John Michael Greer makes this point, and it's a useful one to keep in mind. If we want to think about like cataclysmic population decline, like real sort of end of history stuff,
Yeah.
we already have a case of that. It's called fucking South Korea, and you go there, and it's just another Tuesday, right? Because
Oh yeah, bro.
if you need 2.1 kids with like modern medicine or whatever to sustain the population at replacement levels, and you have like 0.7 kids, that's a like 70% reduction, whatever, like 65% reduction every
Yeah.
generation. So
Yeah.
minus 65, and then you take that and you go minus 65 again, and then you take that and you got minus 65 again over 100
Yeah.
years. Like
There you
this
go.
is, if you think about like the population explosion from the start of World War II, where it's like 2 billion people, or slightly less, I think,
Yeah.
to 100 years later, where it's almost 8 billion.
Yeah.
Like what you see in South Korea today, it's much faster than that.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, like, it's not really gonna be necessarily, cannibals, mass hysteria, cats and dogs, like living with each other. It's gonna be
Well, it'll be another
VTubers,
Wednesday, man.
man.
It'll be another Wednesday. Yeah.
It's gonna be alcoholism. It's gonna be like VTubers and like porn and online gambling and shit like that. And it's going to be pretty miserable. There's going to be a lot of lonely people and dysfunctional families and so on. But people tend to sort of overestimate just how much like apocalyptic violence you need in order to have like massive population reductions.
It's very unintuitive. Like the human brain cannot comprehend the exponential function, and it cannot comprehend the exponential decay function, right? So like
Yeah.
if you took a population, and like I think John Michael Greer uses this example a lot, and he's like, okay, let's say you take a population, and a population decreases by 1% every year due to like normal stuff, like people aren't having kids, there's emigration waves, and there's chemicals, blah, 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 all this other stuff, right? Well, in 20 years, so 1% decay, in 20 years, that's like a 19% decline, like almost 20%. in 50 years, you go down to 60% of the original starting population, right? Again, no wars, nothing gigantic. Oh my gosh, World War III, they fired off the fucking nukes. You don't need the fucking nukes, man. In 50 years, with a 1% decline, right, you get to about 60% or so, 60.5% if you want to be exact, right? So yeah, like another fucking Wednesday times, I don't know, 52 times 50. So you need about 2,600 or so fucking Wednesdays, and you get there, man. Mathematics, such a beautiful thing.
Like, if you think about like the social reality in the West today, like how many kids there are, you can see this with like the millennial generation, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, looking at my own sort of family situation, between my mom and her two brothers, I think there's like 9 kids.
Hmm.
So I have 6 cousins actually.
Oh,
And
nice.
if you think about the generation below that, I think there's like 2 kids in total. So, and I think they're from the same person. So, like, those people have 0 cousins.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think about like that is the apocalypse, man. Like, you
Oh
don't
yeah,
really
bro.
need anything more. And
And,
this
and
is
the
not
moment you
right.
talk about it, yeah, like Sir Malcolm, I tried to explain this the other day. They're like, okay, you had 10 people in like 2 or 3 generations ago, and now you have like this many cousins, man. Like, don't you think about it? Like that many people, quote unquote, disappeared. They don't think about it, man. They don't think about it. It's
Yeah.
just like a completely foreign concept to them that these people never existed because they were never born. Like when you explain it that way, that they never existed because they were never born, it's almost like the apocalypse. Like if you explain this to like someone living in 1925 or whatever, they would say, yeah, it's a fucking apocalypse. But like for us, it's just a fucking Thursday or Wednesday or whatever.
The boomers will live forever. Don't worry. They'll
Don't
live
worry.
till 120.
120 or oh my god, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean the interesting thing is just like everyone is kind of seeing this already in terms of. I mean, I see a lot of people posting about this on the site formerly known as Twitter, um, where it's like my
Mandatory, you gotta say that, yeah.
situation isn't actually unique. Like this is basically pretty much every family in the West, with like a couple of exceptions here and there, but in general, like uh, like there's a lot fewer kids. And they're already talking about closing down like a lot of preschools and so on because there's no kids coming in. The U.S. Higher education system is on the cusp of a massive crisis because again, like there's no kids coming in.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I don't know how many South Korean schools have been closed down, but like probably like 1/3 of them have already been closed down, like primary schools, just because like no one's having kids anymore, right? And it's just funny, man. It's like the politicians are like, we need to do this fucking tax break or whatever the fuck, and we're gonna turn the corner any moment now. Like it's very similar to like the conversations people want to have with like energy and like, hey man, if we just mix 12 different things, the energy mix is gonna be steady state. And it's like same type of thing they're doing with like the birth rate stuff. They're just like, if we just do 5 different things, man, the South Korean TFR is gonna jump from like 0.75 to like fucking this number. And actually what happens is it goes up by like 0.75 to 0.8 and then it fucking collapses again, right? Again, brain is stuck in the 20th century, man. Brain is stuck in the 20th century, keeps on rebooting back there with regard to
The
like this.
amazing thing is that North Korea is going to win without doing anything.
Oh, bro. Do you know actually, if you look at the UN medium model, right, which doesn't take into account like resource shortages and negative feedbacks, even those guys, based on their optimistic model of like 10 billion people by the end of 2100, which I don't believe in, by the way. But even in their model, it's like South Korea gets to like 28 million people and North Korea gets to like 29 million people or something. Some number like that. It's just so fucking funny. Like even the most optimistic fucking UN slop model is like, yeah, man, North Korea wins. Oh my god, man. All right. People want to speak, I'll make them speaker. If you've got questions, raise your hand for Sir Malcolm, and I don't know, you want to ask us questions, go on right ahead. This is a doomer show, so whatever answer we do give you, it's gonna be very, very depressing and what have you, so just trigger warning on that front.
Yeah, so I had a question, actually.
Go for it, man.
What effect do you think this will have on living standards? In other words, will we just be like a lot less people, but roughly the same living standard? Or will we transform back into like a pre-industrial kind of living standard?
I mean, over time, yes, but in sort of human time frames, people tend to underestimate the ability for systems to, repair themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like you have entropy and then you have order, and like a collapse is in reality, if you look at like the Romans or whatever, it's just that entropy has the upper hand over a period of 200 years. So
Yeah.
living standards will definitely go down. I mean, like you're going to be, using the internet and then Cloudflare flares down again for the third time this week. And you have to wait like 3 hours before the internet works again.
Yeah.
And stuff like that would have been unacceptable 10 years ago. And it's kind of unacceptable now. Now it's only like occasionally that Cloudflare goes down. But, 20 years from now, the internet will still be usable. It's just going to be like a bit more intermittent. And so you're going to be seeing a lot of that kind of thing. And in general, and this is another point that Greer makes, you have to think about this as a sort of stair-step process where it's like you have an economic crisis and then living standards fall, and then you have recovery and living standards go up again.
Yeah.
And then you have another crisis and they go down. And so what kind of marks the decline is just that every drop is more steep than the recovery. But you're still gonna see like the sort of staircase or stairwell structure to this, where it's like down and then up and down and then up and so on.
Yeah. Exactly.
And
Sir Malcolm.
so the reason... Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, so the reason why this happens, in other words, you can't maintain like a per capita living standard even as the gross population goes down, because the system is predicated on like a certain scale on being necessary.
Exactly.
Yeah, basically, yeah. The economy only works. I mean, Sir Malcolm has brought this up on previous shows, but like the economy only works due to positive population growth and other positive feedbacks. If they become stagnant to negative, right, the living standards are going to go down as well. Go ahead, Sir Malcolm.
Yeah, I mean, like the basic issue here is that if you think about stuff like the welfare system, you can only really maintain it if you have constant growth. But you also have a lot of other aspects of society where like the issue isn't really like the population growth. If you think about like sewage systems and sort of or basic like physical infrastructure, here the problem is just that there aren't really enough resources left on the planet.
Yep.
And this might seem counterintuitive because like we still have oil, right? Well, I mean, for the reason our ancestors, even though they had much worse technology than we do, the reason people 100 years ago were able to build these massive infrastructure systems that we can't maintain today was one, like they just had much more like in the way of resources. Like you didn't really have to build some sort of deep sea oil drilling platform 100 years ago. You could drill for oil with a shovel.
Yeah.
Like you literally could basically extract like the first really big oil extraction in Texas. Like they were using muscle power from oxen.
Yeah.
Like good luck trying to do that. Like all of the fields are tapped out. Now you really are sort of drilling like a kilometer below the ground or something like that. And
Yeah.
so, and if you think about like stuff like copper ore and whatever, like it would be physically impossible for our ancestors with their like technology level to exploit the sort of mineral deposits we do today. And they didn't need to, because like back in the day, in the good old days before industrialization, like a copper mine, again, it was basically the equivalent to like that Texas oil field. You just had to take a shovel, and then you had like really highly concentrated copper ore. Today, we're trawling through millions of tons of rock to do something you could do with like muscle power.
Yeah.
And so you kind of have this ratchet effect where you need more and more energy and more resources to actually get like a sort of positive balance of resources. Like you have to
Bingo.
burn more and more energy just to stay in the same place.
Yeah.
And also, we have all of these systems. Like once you build a system, it requires maintenance forever. And so, like our surplus is just so much lower, and it's getting lower all the time, simply because like once you, it's like, you know, paying for Netflix or a subscription service. Like the first time you do, oh, it's just like $10 a month, $40 a month. Like what's the big problem? Once you're up to like $4,000 a month in, you know, recurrent costs, it's really hard to afford anything else. And that's kind of where we are.
Yeah, basically, Joseph Tainter, he has a book. Dear listeners and readers, you should read the book. It's called The Collapse of Complex Societies. And he basically says that the way human beings, we solve problems is we have a problem, we make a complex system, and we solve the problem, and then other problems are created. And then we create an even more complex system, and we solve that, and so on and so forth, right? And eventually you get to a breaking point for a society where like it cannot increase its level of complexity to keep up, and it has to simplify down, basically, right? I mean, Sir Malcolm was talking about oxen and like digging oil and that kind of stuff. That's basically what it is. I mean, Nate Hagen's also talked about it on one of his shows. He basically said, eventually you're going to have a bunch of these people who are just saying, well, we don't have oil, but hey, man, we can do like natural gas liquids or like ethanol or fucking biodiesel. And if that doesn't work, man, we'll just like do the Mordor economy of like whatever we can find and turn into liquid fuel and then put into the car and kind of make it work. We're going to try that out, right? But it's self-defeating, right? Because you get to the law of diminishing returns, and then you get to negative, and then the negative feedbacks hit you, and then you get crushed, basically, right? The thing is, right, with population contraction is after population contraction and after you hit the bottom, right, there's more available resources per head and per capita for people to use, right? And then, like Sir Malcolm was saying, you see an increase, right? But that's kind of like gonna be the story of humanity for the next several millennia, right? But that's not something like if you're like an individual person and you live for a few decades, it's not gonna be something that, oh well, I am the emperor of humanity. I need to care about the survival of the human race. Not really, man. Not really. Like that. That's a very 20th century way of looking at the world, right? Like you're not responsible for the lives of all 8.5 billion people. That's not what you're responsible for, right? So no need to get your knickers in a twist, as some would like to say. Just take it easy. That's kind of what's going on. So, if you consume too much doom, the number one remedy is to always remind yourself you're not responsible for solving the world's problems individually. So it's just like, do the best you can and enjoy the ride. Oh, we got a lot of people here. Holy shit. Based Meth Addict. Moonbear is here. Moonbear 6 out of 7. Who is this? Islamo-fascist Marxist. Sir Malcolm, are these your mutuals? I think they're all your mutuals. Hang on a second. Potato of
Yeah.
Reason. Who is this? Cracker, Cowboy, Crocodile. Okay, this is definitely Sir Malcolm's mutuals. Alright, who is this? Cat. If you guys have questions, you can ask us questions, man. I mean, these are pretty chill spaces. We're pretty chill. Just, send in a request. I'll make you speak, or you can ask a question. Oh, Sir Axmid is here. Who else is here?
I would just ask a quick question. How
Go for
would
it,
we
man.
tie this back to the Goyim? Because that's what the space is about,
Well, that's the thing,
the
man. The Goyim
The
fatigue.
Goyim aren't people.
Yeah,
They're
man.
not
The
people,
Goyim.
dude. Like
They're not
you
Right,
people,
try to
man.
talk to them, and you just realize that the Goyim fatigue is terminal.
Bro, the entire spaces that we just did, man, yeah, exactly. Goyim fatigue is terminal. The entire spaces we did, what is the Goyim fatigue? The Goyim fatigue is people still thinking they're in the fucking 20th century, man. Right? And they're still thinking things can be fixed, everything can be fixed. If we just have enough nationalism, if we just had enough liberalism, if we just had enough fucking communism, man. That's the fucking Goyim fatigue right there, right? People not changing their way of thinking to adapt to the fucking environment, giving them the fucking red signal that, hey man, you're all gonna fucking die, right? Maybe you should focus on your resources and energy flows a bit, right? That's the fucking Goyim fatigue right there.
Well,
Very,
to be
I mean,
fair, you're
understood.
asking you're expecting like a domesticated cattle to like transform back into its like ancient auroch
yeah,
ancestor.
exactly, man.
Like it's just not
Exactly.
gonna
yeah,
happen.
It's not gonna happen, man. It's not gonna happen. Exactly, man.
So
Fight is
you're just
king.
gonna have a massive die off of the cattle essentially. Like
Yeah,
if the
bro.
rancher can no longer maintain the ranch, then the cattle are just gonna die.
There we go. You figured it out, man. You figured out the answer to the question. You figured it out, man. There we go.
yeah. It's just, again, like the funny thing is, you kind of realize. I mean, sort of like the title "Goyim fatigue" is kind of in the spirit of jest, but there is kind of a kernel of
It's
truth to
truthful
it, where it's
jest.
like,
Sir Malcolm, it's truthful jest.
I mean, like it's just the same thing plays out over and over and over again. Like I look at like nationalists, like white nationalists in Sweden or whatever, and it's like your point about them being cattle, trying to look at the aurochs and going like, "Oh, my ancestor is well put," because you see all of these people like. There's no fucking industry left in Sweden. There's nobody who's like a trained machinist. There's nobody who can set up a production line. Like everything we try, like building batteries and so on, it just fails. And all of the attempts at setting up like new factories have to rely on imported labor because nobody in Sweden does that shit anymore. Like
I thought the Gripen fighter was the best in the world. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
oh
Sir
my
Malcolm. I thought it
god,
was the
yeah,
best in the
yeah,
world, man.
definitely. I mean, it's
Hashem, I beg of you, please destroy all the Goyim. Please press the button. But give me the button so I may press it so I can bring about the Goyim extinction bomb.
The Goyim
yeah. I
extinction
mean,
bomb?
like just to finish my point here about
Go
like
for it, man. Go for
the
it.
hellscape that is Sweden. It's like this is a country that produces today kids who want to play video games on YouTube for a living.
Well,
Like
think
that's
about
what.
well, think about this. Think about the best that British nationalism has to offer in the form of a guy named Zoomer Historian. Now, Zoomer Historian, he's on YouTube. He also has a big Twitter following. He talks a lot of history, the history of Rhodesia, the true history of Germany, the history of Hitler. Hitler's my nigga. I love Hitler. Heil Hitler. Do you know what he posted a couple days ago? This this nigga talking about how great and base Hitler was, almost denies the Holocaust, says that Britain's best chance is to vote for Nigel Farage. Is to vote
Yeah.
for the Reform Party. The
Yeah.
Goyim have gone insane. The Goyim are not people. Like my face when Goyim take their people. Lamau, the Goyim think they're real. This is what you're gonna fucking do? All your talk about being a base nationalist, flirting with National Socialism, esoteric Hitlerism, and you're telling people to vote for fucking Nigel Farage?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Look, like it's just it keeps fucking happening, bro.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's like this insane Groundhog Day loop of, oh, well, I mean, you see the same thing in the US where it's like the same people who said, oh, Trump, he's gonna save us, man. They're now saying, like, just wait for JD Vance.
Yeah.
JD Vance, he's the real deal. He's the guy who's like
How long did
the
it take? It took them 10 months. He didn't even have to get to 1 year, and they're like, oh, we can elect this guy 3 years and 3 months from now, or whatever the fuck. Oh man.
Marjorie Taylor Greene for life, baby. Let's go.
Oh man. Yeah. So like, the Goyim have gone insane, like Sir Basement Addict. Goyim extinction bomb now. I think they're not gonna like what did Slop Enjoyer, Sir Slop Enjoyer was like, maybe I am expecting too much. I mean, fair enough. I guess like I'm beating the dead horse. I'm just like, yeah, man, you gotta think about material and energy flows and fucking infrastructure. I think some people will get it, others won't, man. Like that's just how it is, right? And like Sir Malcolm was saying, the fucking Groundhog Day will continue until they all die off, basically, in the fucking the great die-off of the 21st century. People will probably call it different names, but that's kind of what's going to happen.
Well, you can imagine, like, to extend the analogy, if you had like a ranch and the rancher died or just left, and now you have a bunch of cattle trying to like survive on this like industrial feedlot, and they're trying to get like the feed system working. I mean, you can't really blame them if they can't, if they're starting to panic or they're starting to like, you can't expect them to do much really.
Well, that's the thing, though. I understand what you're trying to do with the analogy, but like, it's not like these fucking things are secret knowledge. Like, Limits to Growth came out in 1972, right? A lot of this shit just exists out there, man. Like, you can literally read the shit. The math works. There's no fucking flaw in the mathematics. And it's all just a bunch of copes, man. They're just like, no, man, humanity is unique. No, man, we're not gonna fucking die off like the elks on the island. No, man, you're just a Malthusian. No, man, no, man, no, man. And then they invent like 40 different just so stories, man. It's like same groundhog loop over and over again, same bullshit over and over again. And they don't wanna shed the 20th century. They wanna believe that the 21st century is just gonna be another version of the 20th century. And like I told Sir Malcolm at the beginning of the spaces, man, like experience, right? Experience that harsh mistress has to whip them a few times, right? And then they'll start thinking that, okay, yeah, we gotta shed this stupid thing and actually think about the 21st century seriously, right? Until then, man, they're gonna keep doing this shit. So
Let's invade Russia.
let's invade. Oh man, yeah. Let's invade Russia. They'll bring in some other guy. He'll be another Nick Fuentes supporter, and his grand master plan will be like, we gotta vote for JD Vance, and then we gotta like think about 100 years from now how we're going to invade Argentina for the new Imperium of America, man. Like they're still gonna be talking about that shit. Oh man, this is more humiliating than like the fucking death metal bands in Mongolia who sing about Genghis Khan returning any day now from the dead and like conquering the whole world again, man. Same kind of goyim behavior. Oh man, goyim fatigue edition. Jeez. in jest, but it's truthful, man. It's truthful, right? So I had to put it out there with regard to like what's going on.
So if you were like in a position of leadership, you would be thinking about not trying to maintain the skyscraper or, God forbid, add another floor, but how can I get down to the ground level in one piece?
Honestly, man, North Korea and Iran know what the fuck they're doing, right? They're maintaining their resources. They're kind of like, they're not perfect governments, but like, in terms of what I personally believe in, I'm only a single person, and like, what can a single human lifetime do? You run your society that way, right? If you run your society the way the fucking Americans are, man, like it's just like, yeah, man, America, the most fucking OP country in the world. We got the resources of the fucking continent. And what did Borzai say? Borzai's like, yeah, you did, and you used it all up in like 250 fucking years, right? So that's not the way to go. But yeah, you would have to preserve, and in a time of contraction, what you want to do is you want to recognize that you are going to decrease and contract, but if you contract relatively less than the other guys, then you've kind of won, right? But
Well,
that's like,
let me
yeah, go
ask
ahead,
you
man.
this. Let me ask you this real quick. In this time of contraction, as things contract, do you think people will basically wake up to the Jews again, like, or will we spend the next 400 years being fatigued by the goyim and we're begging Hashem to murder them all?
Israel's not going to exist, man. Like, look, the thing with the fucking Jews is that this is the World War II religion, man. The World War II religion. There's like two sects of the World War II religion. I mean, Sir Malcolm talked about it in one of the shows, but like one of them is like, oh my gosh, the Jews fucking rule the world, right? Oh, the Jews fucking rule the world. Fuck them. And then the other one is like, oh my gosh, the Jews fucking rule the world. Hooray, that's amazing, right? None of that's gonna matter. Like, they're gonna be wiped out, right? Israel's not gonna exist. And then people are not gonna give a fuck because the things that they're gonna be dealing with in the 21st century, right? Like we talked about warfare and these other things, but not even warfare. Like, even like basic contraction of like 1% contraction every year for the next 50 years. What does that look like? Well, you lose 40% of your population. Trust me, my friend. There's a lot of things in the 21st century. Like I said, the 20th century is fucking dead. The 21st century is far more interesting. Far more interesting, far more challenging, far more brutal, far more of a predicament. People gotta get their heads out of the 20th century and move it in the 21st century, man. Right? Otherwise, they're not gonna make it. They're not gonna make it. Step number 1 is learning mathematics. Step number 2 is learning basic ecology and like, population, material, energy flows, and these types of things, right? If you don't learn those things, rather, yeah. Well, a lot of interesting things are going to happen. Let's put it that way, right? But yeah, like the Goyim fatigue is just me, Sir Malcolm, and everyone else just like trying to deal with people who just don't want to change their mode of thinking, right? They just want to like it's not even just the Trump people, man. It's not even like these people who are like, let's vote for JD Vance or whatever fuck. It's the whole crowd of people, man. Like they never want to like. I'm not even telling them to try something novel. I'm telling them to like look at the world around them, ask yourselves, is this the fucking world of the 20th century? You're gonna very quickly find out, no, it's fucking not. And then you gotta be like, okay, so now I gotta live in the 21st century. What does that look like, right? But very few people are willing to do that, man. Very few people are willing to do that. Some people figure it out immediately, right? In my case, I figured it out because, like, I'm a math guy. Sir Malcolm figured it out because I think he like worked for like local government and these types of things. He had a more like practical, hands-on experience of things, and he figured out that maintenance, infrastructure, and these types of things, we're completely fucked. But doomers, we all converge towards like the inevitable destruction of humanity from like different pathways with regard to like how are we all gonna die? Well, we figured it out in different ways.
I mean, it's not even like the destruction of humanity or whatever. It's just that
I'm
this
saying it
system
in
can't
jest.
go on.
I'm saying it in jest. Yeah. I'm saying it in jest. Yeah.
Like this
So do you
system
think,
can't. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think the long 20th century will go out with a bang? Like, will the degenerate gambler that is the American empire keep trying to double down to recover its losses and start like World War III? Or
No. It's not, bro. The 20th century ended with a whimper, man. It
I
already ended
mean,
with a whimper. Yeah.
the most you're gonna get is like some tomahawks against Caracas. Like, there's your Götterdämmerung. Like,
Good to them,
that's
bro. Yeah.
that's the most you're gonna get. I'm sorry. Like, the U.S. military is falling apart.
Yeah.
Just now there was the news that the Constellation program got cancelled. Like, the Constellation was this one shipbuilding program the Navy is running to actually build a new ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, they couldn't do it. They started with basically, like, rather than building a ship from scratch, which they thought would be too difficult, they instead relied on an already extant design called the Frem, like an Italian frigate. And by the end, it's like they basically couldn't even get like the program. Like, they couldn't even get past the stage of actually like deciding on what kind of ship to build, because it was just like bureaucratic corruption from start to finish. Like, the empire is collapsing, and it's happening really, really quickly. So no, we're not going to see some sort of like big war or whatever. Like, this is not a question of what the US wants. It's just a question of like what the US is capable of.
Yeah. 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 Practically speaking, there's like 15,000 Marines, right? That's nowhere near enough. Like, Caracas is like 5 million people, right? The standard ratio is 50-1. You need a minimum force of 100,000 to do any meaningful like assault activity on a purely civilian population. It doesn't fucking exist. I mean, Sir Malcolm has talked a lot about like Tomahawk arsenals. It's like less than 3,000 Tomahawks in the American arsenal. The Tomahawk has a TNT equivalent of like 500 kilograms, right? You can fire it at a bunch of hospitals, kill a bunch of women and kids. That's all you got, man. That's all you got. It's fucking craven, filthy cowardice, right? America's gonna do it, kill a bunch of women and kids, and they're gonna like sell it to the goyim as like, yeah, man, we're fucking sticking it to the Latino Untermensch and whatever the fuck, and that's how it's gonna end. It's not gonna be like America firing off the nukes and everyone fucking dies. That's not what's gonna happen, right? It's gonna be a very, very boring ending.
Yeah, it's incredible how silly uh, the Americans, they don't realize that they're watching a modern war in Ukraine and Russia. They think the Russians are, you know, um, completely like they're not like a superior military. They don't think about. It's like, dude, do you guys see what's happening? There's like they send
Hey, brother Najjii,
400.
brother Najjii. Missiles are brown and
Yes,
black weapons, man. Missiles are black and brown coded stuff, and
right.
the fucking fighter jet is the white man's
The
weapon.
Gripen, the Gripen. Yes,
Bro. Listen, man. Listen, you fucking Ohio
I'm
Pakistaner.
sorry.
You
I
Ohio,
my bad.
you're from Ohio, Pakistan. You don't know that the fucking jet fighter will live on for eternity, and it is the true weapon of the civilized white man, and it is the only thing that you need. All you gotta do is fly the fucking jet, and the Venezuelans are gonna fucking cower, man. They're gonna fucking
the
cower,
modern
and
chariot of the
Maduro,
base
Maduro,
Indo-European.
yeah, based Indo-European, and like you're gonna fly an F-35 near Caracas. Maduro's gonna take his samurai sword and commit seppuku. That's what's gonna happen, man. You don't know anything, man.
Ah, they better start buying Iskander M's. That's
Yeah,
all I'm gonna say.
yeah,
But yeah.
yeah, yeah. Honestly, man, like my theory, I don't have any evidence for this, but like my theory is that the reason they haven't attacked Venezuela yet is because Venezuela has some S-300 systems from like the late 1970s, basically third-rate junk, right? Third-rate junk, and the Americans are like, okay, if we attack them, we might have a few casualties, and we cannot take any casualties. So how do we attack them with 0 casualties? And they haven't fucking figured it out, and that's why they're delaying. I think that's the reason. I don't have any evidence for that, but that's my theorem on that, basically, with regard to why it hasn't happened yet. It's like, it's such a fucking farce. He's got 1/3 or like 1/5 of his entire fucking navy in the Caribbean, and the motherfucker still hasn't attacked yet. And I'm like,
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
man.
think about how expensive that is.
Yeah.
And also how fucking pathetic it is.
Yeah, bro.
The greatest military force in the entire world against a fucking super poor country that's been under sanctions for, like decades.
Yeah.
And they're going like, will she, won't she? Like, can we actually attack?
Yeah.
It's just like these people, like they're cooked. They're absolutely cooked.
Yeah. Like when the Soviets were collapsing, their fucking troops were still in Afghanistan, right? And they're like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. America is more pathetic. America's got its entire fucking fleet in the Caribbean, like you said, Sir Malcolm. They're not gonna fucking attack, because like they might get 1 or 2 casualties from the S-300 system. It's fucking pathetic. And like, there's not gonna be any world conquest. There's not gonna be fucking Greater Israel. There's not gonna be fucking like Imperium, Indo-Europa, America, spanning the entire to North America stuff. None of it's all fucking goyim behavior, man. Like it's 20th century thinking. It's goyim behavior. It's like, yeah, we are still relevant. No, you're not, man. No, you're not. If you can't attack with 1/3 of your entire fucking fleet against fucking Venezuela, who've got like what do they have, Sir Malcolm? A bunch of speedboats and a bunch of drones. That's it. That's all they got for their navy. They can't even attack these guys, man.
The problem is just that, like, what are they actually gonna do in terms of, like, they can fire tomahawks, but they can't make more.
Yeah.
Like, they straight up, like, there are no production lines for tomahawks at this point. They don't exist.
Yeah.
So they can't really make, like, replace any of the ammunition. And if they lose planes, they're really afraid of some sort of, like, political meltdown.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
I have a theory.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's your theory,
go ahead.
man?
I'm sorry. My theory is that when the Taliban showed the world that they had night vision goggles, the American military got weak in the knees. I'll say that.
Okay. I mean, like, honestly, bro, I don't even think it was Afghanistan. I think it was like 2003 Iraq, right? The Kurds did the majority of the ground fighting. We know this because America itself, like, Rand and these guys, they admitted it. And then, like, they removed Saddam. There's a fucking giant civil war that happens because the Shia are, like, unleashed from their shackles, right? The civil war happens, and the Americans are like, shocked Pikachu face, what the fuck is going on, right? Then they do their first withdrawal, like late 20 knots, early 2010s or something. They come back a little bit. I think that was just like, at least from the public perception side of things, that was where like America went weak in the knees. But in terms of like material energy flows, when did America go weak in the knees? It was like early 1970s, right? Early 1970s. But like in terms of like for the fucking goyim and like the televisions and the cameras, that it was like Iraq civil war. I think that's where I can pinpoint it down, right? But yeah, the Venezuela, man. If you're not attacking a guy who's got fucking speedboats and drones, right? At this point, man, like the only way they're gonna fight Iran is if Israel starts the war, right? The Americans themselves proactively attacking Iran, it's not gonna happen, right? The Americans can't even fucking proactively attack Venezuela. They're that pussy, man, right? So yeah, this is done.
I mean, Iran is, I think it's completely over because they can't really move. The U.S. can't sustain 2 conflicts at the same time.
Exactly.
And like, if you've moved all of these assets, and again, like, there's a shit ton of assets menacing Venezuela right now. So if you moved all of them, like, you would have to move them back to the Middle East at great expense.
Yeah.
And again, the US can't actually deal with any sort of modern AA, because that would just poke a hole in the bubble where it's like you kind of have to realize that so much of like the way the US military is set up, it's not really a war fighting institution. It's a cope producing institution.
Yeah.
Like stealth technology only exists so there is sort of a narrative you can spin where it's like, oh, well, we haven't really shown us you are like super Naruto ninja move. Like, if we use stealth, we're going to destroy you because it's this mysterious technology that's never been used in real combat. But like, if you think about Afghanistan, for example, like you have all of these copes about like, oh, well, look, the Taliban, like our kill-death ratio, the Taliban kill-death ratio. Like Americans only lost, a couple of thousand troops, but the Taliban lost, 60,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the moment the US started taking casualties, they basically hid in like their bases.
Yeah.
And they made all of these under-the-table deals with the Taliban where it's like, don't attack U.S. troops, only attack our...
local troops.
Local troops, like the U.S.-trained army. Only attack those guys, and we won't shoot at you. And then, the Taliban rack up a positive kill-death ratio against those guys. They kill like 100,000 or whatever. And then you have the Americans saying, oh, well, Afghans don't count. Like like this is like
fucking
these
funny,
people
man.
who play like Battlefield 6.
Go in,
and they
man.
log on to servers where there's only bots, and they headshot like 10,000 bots, and they don't die a single time. And then they post a picture like, look at my 10,000 to 1 kill death ratio. I'm the best Battlefield player alive.
Yeah.
Like it's just ridiculous. But like if the cope stop, the music stops, and the empire collapses.
Yeah.
And you're not really that far from that point right now. Like we are in the last days of this fucking madhouse.
Yeah.
I just want to briefly add, Malcolm, that the Americans did use stealth against the Serbs, and the Serbs used very outdated technology and managed to shoot some of the, was it the F-117 or F-114 stealth fighters down?
Yeah, then Nighthawk, the 117. Yeah. And they made all of these posters where it's like, sorry, we didn't know it was invisible. And it's like, after that, they retired the Nighthawk, and then they use new stealth planes that have never been used in combat, so they can just say, "Don't worry, guys. Like this one is completely invisible because we're never going to be using it against anyone with radars. So you can't tell us that. Like, I mean, it's just a confidence game. Like that is kind of like these stealth." Exists, and it does a couple of things. Like it's not useless, but in terms of its utility in actual warfare, that shit is really low. Like you're not really seeing the Russians doing strafing runs with their stealth fighters or whatever, because like these things are so complex, so expensive, and they're really not worth it. Like it's like the interesting thing, and this is kind of another example of Goyim fatigue, where it's like there is this kind of new science fiction game coming out called Menace, which is basically like a kind of XCOM Jagged Alliance hybrid, and it's set like in the far future, but here's the thing. You play as like these colonial marines, and what do the colonial marines have? They have strafing runs with like dumb rockets, and they have APCs and light tanks, and heavy tanks. And it's just fucking like Cold War military tactics in space. We're never getting past that shit. Like the imagination of people, like that is the real sort of fossil resource that we've strip mined so there's nothing left. Like people can't imagine. Like it's the same with like that Wing Commander movie where it's like, okay, it's in space, but get this, we have an aircraft carrier in space launching Hellcats, except they're in space.
Oh man.
And it really like speaks to the again, like the Spengler was right. Like a culture is kind of like a seed, like a coconut, whatever, where it's like it has all of these nutrients and sort of like this fractal structures. Like you plant a coconut and you're gonna get like a coconut tree or a coconut palm rather, but like eventually you'd run out of potential. Like you can't make a skyscraper from a coconut. You can only make a palm, and once like the sort of coconut flesh is gone, like the thing that is used as fuel for the seed to germinate, like the potential is gone, and you're gonna have to find something else. And that is kind of where we are as a culture.
Yeah.
So 1945 was really.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, basically World War II was like the peak of the industrial extraction economy of like maximum resource extraction, energy usage. That was the peak.
It was like late 1960s, early 1970s. In terms of like cultural stuff really ended with World War One. World War One, all the big European monarchies and empires got destroyed. The World Wars was basically like Europe being rendered irrelevant and America taking up the slack. But like, you know, America's like prime going. They just used up all their resources. But like, yeah.
But I guess this attitude of like, let me spend resources to get more resources, like that like exponential increasing curve where it's like, I can spend more resources and I can get.
Yeah. I think I understand what you're saying, but like that attitude has been a thing since like when the Industrial Revolution picked off, right? And like the Western world, like what Spengler called it, the Faustian world, right? Honestly, it just like it was just the civilization that looked at the maximum power principle and just went all in, right? The other civilizations didn't, right? The Islamic world had like ideas of limits. The Hindu world had ideas of limits, like the Indian world, all these other guys, right? So the Faustian world basically was going to be the one who did it, right? And they did it, right? So it's like you can't really blame them in a way. It's just like it's in your nature to do something, so you did it, right? So that's kind of what happened. I don't think history would have unfolded any differently. But like, yeah, it's getting kind of cringe. Like, I'm also getting going fatigue with regard to like all these different movies of like fucking like, you know, hey man, it's Top Gun, except the guy's older and he's still fucking flying an F-15 or F-16 or whatever, and you just like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, right? And then they like make fucking memes of like, bet against America, I dare you, I double dare you, and then they make AI slop of like, you know, historical moments in the 20th century, and they make like animation of like these things moving, man. It's just like, dude, just euthanize this thing and be done with it, man. Just get rid of this stupid thing. It's like, it's just fucking embarrassment at this point. It's not gonna make it, man. They're not gonna make it.
How long will we be admiring the ruins of Rome?
If John Michael Greer is correct, several centuries. It's gonna be several centuries. Like, people will have mythologies, they'll be like, once upon a time, iron chariots clashed on the lunar surface or whatever the fuck. And then people will be like, what do you mean? We can't even fly up in the sky or whatever. Like, that's a myth or whatever. So
So the going fatigue will go on for quite some time then.
The going fatigue is going to be here for several centuries, man.
Like you'll have your Carolingian Renaissance. The Eastern Roman Empire may go on for like a couple more centuries.
What's the Eastern Roman Empire in this world you're thinking about?
Maybe China, maybe?
China's not gonna, man. Like, China's like exponential growth is gonna probably crash harder than the West, man. It's not gonna be, the numbers are not pretty. Let me put it to you that way when you look at that. So, but like America, yeah, that we had John Michael Greer, like Sir Ken as my lovely host. We had him on a show, and he basically said he would not be surprised if 300 years from now, there's a bunch of people living in slums. They barely have electricity, maybe 1 or 2 hours a week or whatever the fuck. They're living in like favelas and this shit. And then if you talk to them, they'll literally just tell you, oh yeah, there were iron chariots on the moon, and we're going to build iron chariots any day now, and we're going to be going back up there any day now, right? Elonius Muscus V was the avatar that took us there, and when Elonius Muscus the 9th or whatever the fuck is born, we'll go back to the moon with the iron chariots. Like, he basically told us on the podcast that he would not be surprised if 300 years from now, people are still talking like that. Oh, dear. Yeah. Things die with a whimper, not a bang, folks. Moral of the day, basically.
Well, the bang was World War II, right? I mean, that was
Not
it.
even, man. Like if you look at World War II, like, okay, it's a very brutal and destructive war, 80 million people or whatever, but like, world population was like 2 billion or whatever. Like, there was no risk of quote unquote human extinction from World War II. It's never gonna happen, right? Very, very awful thing, right? But nowhere near what people claimed it to be, right? We have like a tendency, human beings, of like making things that are actually not the worst to sound awful, but then the really small things, they just kill us, right? Like, you were not here when we were doing the show like about an hour ago, but I basically mentioned the number for like, if you add up all the wars and genocides of human history, it's 500 million people dead. Okay, how many people have died from the mosquito and waterborne diseases? Do you know what the number is?
Probably a couple tens of millions, I guess.
Okay, so 117 billion people have existed from about 500,000 years to the present day, alive and dead. Out of that number, more than 50 billion have perished from waterborne diseases, from the mosquito and these other things, right? 50 billion versus 500 million. There you go. Yeah. So, yeah. But you don't, like, when you see a mosquito, you don't think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is my arch nemesis, whatever the fuck. You don't think that, right? You think about something else. You think about, like, nuclear war making you extinct or whatever the fuck, right? Like, human brain's like that, man. You can't grow out of it, basically.
Well, that's the Faustian mindset.
It's not just a Faustian thing, man. It's just like, it's like a human limitation. We cannot think in terms of big numbers. Like, after a certain number, our brain just like muddles it all up, right? Like, if you see the number billion and you see the 9 zeros, you kind of know what it means, but you can't actually visualize it. Yeah.
No, what I'm talking about though is that dying of like these kind of mundane things almost doesn't count. Like if I die of malaria, then that doesn't really count. Like, the only death that counts is when I'm trying to reach for the brass ring and I don't quite make it.
There are people who believe that. Yeah, sure. I mean, like intuitively, that's kind of how certain people view the world. Yeah. I mean, disease is still around with us. I mean, there's a lot of medicines and stuff that we use that only like Sir Malcolm and me, we were talking about infrastructure at the beginning of the show, but like, once the infrastructure is completely fucked, right? I mean, it's gradually getting worse, but like 100 years from now, a lot of medicines that we use today simply won't exist. So it's not that, it doesn't count. It's just that we've kind of forgotten about it. Like, we kind of live in the modern world. We've got doctors, we've got like medicine, we've got all these other things. There's going to be a lot of stuff that simply comes back and kills us, right? Like, in the year 2125, I will not be surprised if like smallpox comes back and starts killing people again, right? Or like some distant descendant of smallpox and whatever, right? Like, the mundane things are going to be killing a lot more people in the coming years. Not just mosquitoes, not just smallpox, a lot of these other things.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I guess what I'm trying to say though is that if you're dying of these like quote unquote normal causes, then it's like that's kind of just the inevitable course of things, of living and dying. But if you get killed like while trying to rob a bank, well, you didn't have to. You chose to rob a bank because you wanted a big score, and you failed. Like, you made a choice to try and like 10x your wealth or whatever, and you didn't do it right, rather than like, oh, I just got cancer, or like I got some disease that I couldn't really foresee, or I didn't have a choice in the matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, again, there's people who believe that. I mean, most people nowadays, they believe that, if we just try hard enough, we can avoid certain things, right? Which is just wrong. Actually, no, it does. Like Sir Malcolm was talking about the American military, right? It's not about what America fucking wants or doesn't want, right? It's like America simply doesn't have the production or the capability to do certain things, right? And it's not just like at the empire higher level. It's also at like the lower levels as well. With regard to like, a lot of people are simply going to find out in the coming decades and centuries that it doesn't really matter what I quote unquote want. What matters is, what are my actual capabilities, right? What can I actually produce? What do I actually have access to? What can I actually use, right? We kind of forgot that because like we live in the modern world, industry, and these kinds of things, but we're going to relearn the lesson very, very harshly, right? So that's kind of what that is. Meow Meow, you've been quiet. You're a speaker. You can ask questions and, no need to be shy. Go on right ahead.
No, I'm just enjoying listening to you guys.
You enjoy listening to Boom? You enjoy listening to Malthusian pornography? You enjoyed it, sir?
Well, it's an interesting perspective, I guess you could say. But,
yeah.
I mean, look, all I'm going to say is, I think, how do I put it? I think that we have a very Western-centric view of, I mean, obviously, because, we were all raised in the West, but I think from like a historical standpoint, like what is considered the Dark Ages for the West was not a dark age for many other places. Yep. So I think for other parts, so for the West, I think there's going to be a major crisis. And I forgot there was this French author. I don't know if you guys remember, in the summer, he wrote How the West Was Defeated.
Emmanuel Todd.
You guys remember that?
Emmanuel Todd. The Defeat of the West.
Yeah.
French author, yeah.
And he was and I think, he was basically saying, look, if you look at the American family, right, this is how you know that America is in trouble. Like, he's looking at, what is it, like infant mortality and all of the stats.
Yeah.
If you look at, let's say,
Emmanuel Todd, just a quick thing and you can continue, but like, Emmanuel Todd, by profession, he's a social demographer. So he's like a very strict materialist. He's a social demographer. He actually doesn't give a fuck about geopolitics. The only thing he cares about is mathematics and demography, right? And in 1976, he predicted that the Soviet Union's going to collapse. He just looked at the numbers and he said, if you just run the math, the Soviet Union's going to fall apart. If you actually read the book, it's in French, but your French doesn't have to be perfect to understand what he's saying. But like, what he says in the book is that the West is kind of in that terminal descent as well, right? When you look at the demography math and the coming collapse of the family and these types of things, right? But that's kind of what the book says. Go ahead, good sir. Apologies for interrupting.
Oh, no problem. I mean, it's input is always welcome, but I think I think we've got to look away from the Western focus. I think there is basically in other parts of the world that they might have a very different dynamic. I think if you look at, let's say, in terms of, let's just, for example, just teenage mortality rates.
Mm-hmm.
I think China's is about half the US's, right? And with China, it's a country that has about, what is it, like 1/4, 1/3 of the PPP per capita. So I think other parts of the world, there is going to be much more development. And I think in the West, we are going to be facing a lot of trouble, unless if you could find some type of social cohesiveness or basically new understanding. Todd was basically saying it's the death of Protestantism, or was it Protestantism in the U.S. that's leading to this?
I believe the exact term he used was the Protestant conception of family and these types of things. Yeah, that's basically dead. Yeah.
But and I guess you could say, if we're not using mathematical terms, I think you could really kind of see America being in trouble in terms of just culturally and in terms of, let's say, just one event. I think for me, when I think back on it, America was really in trouble, and it showed that the society has kind of really exhausted itself. I think it was with the Newtown shooting, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like the Newtown shooting, you guys remember Newtown shooting, right? Where they killed like 20 kids, like very young kids.
Yeah.
And these are not like, pardon the racism, but like not brown kids. These are like white kids in Connecticut. These are the most identifiable for America, like, the American political class. And after their death, nothing came about it. It kind of really tells you that America, in a way, is kind of like in trouble, like, socially. Like, if they're not willing to protect the most vulnerable, the future, like these kids, then it really tells you that the society, in a way, has really stopped looking, I would say, towards the future.
Yeah.
Or towards, like, maintaining itself. So I think, for me, it's that. And I think another thing that was interesting about what Todd was saying is looking at Russia in the 2000s. Todd was saying, well, by the 2000s, when I look at the family structures of Russia and then the socioeconomic indicators, you can already see that they're starting to recover,
mm-hmm.
and that they will return as some form of a major player.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
so
Russia's gonna get certain positive feedbacks from climate, and climate migration and these types of things. They have lots of negative feedbacks as well, but like they're gonna sink less in the 21st century. Everyone else is gonna sink as well, but like they're gonna sink less, if that makes sense, right? So
no, I think it makes sense from what you're saying in terms of the changing climate, the black soil. It's just sometimes these things are also, I would say, kind of hard to calculate, because people were saying Canada and, Alberta was Alberta is going to be a big beneficiary of climate change, right? Warmer climate, more farmland and all of this. And Saskatchewan, more farmland. And it's like warmer climate also means like, much more prairie fires.
Yeah. So once upon a time in another life, I actually lived in Canada. I don't anymore. I don't live in the West anymore. But like, Saskatchewan and Alberta, Saskatchewan actually had roughly the same amount of population as Alberta did at the beginning of the 1900s, but they went in radically different directions. Alberta has like 5-point-something million now. Saskatchewan has like 1 million something people now. The reason for that has to do with water tables, right? The water tables underneath a lot of these places in Saskatchewan, they basically just ran out. I mean, Sir Malcolm loves to talk about like Phoenix, Arizona, and like how the 1.6 million people that live there, it's probably going to drop down to like less than 100,000 within a few decades. But like in Saskatchewan and these types of places, that already happened ages ago, right? The thing with Canada is that Canada is going to have migration as well and these other positive feedbacks, but that's not necessarily a good thing, right? Because like if you get more people showing up with regard to, okay, well, the country's population is 43 million and it'll become like, I don't know, 100 million in the year 2100 or whatever. Well, they're going to fight over fresh water. They're going to fight over soil rights. They're going to fight over this other stuff, right? So you're gonna have a very fun and entertaining 21st century, man. Like no matter what part of the world you go to, you're gonna have something to deal with, right? Again, Bangladesh is gonna be
Well,
underwater.
I mean, look,
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you that there needs to be a new conception of politics, and
Yeah.
especially for the Americans. I mean, Americans, I think the biggest problem with them is like they're refusing to leave, not even the 20th century, just the 1990s. They're refusing to leave the 1990s. No,
Oh yeah.
just listen to all the politicians. It's like it's
Yeah, bro.
1990s for them. And this is
Exactly.
killing them. Well, if you guys like, I always say this and I always write this on Twitter. Like, if you want to get an understanding of the American mindset, it's very much. Have you guys heard of the Chinese author Lu Xun?
I may have heard of him. I don't think I've read his works. No, please enlighten us. Go ahead.
So he is basically considered one of the great 20th century Chinese authors, Lu Xun. And he wrote like a few works I think are quite applicable. One work that he wrote is called the True Story of AQ. And it's basically about this illiterate like moron named AQ. And one of the things that he does is like he pisses and provokes people. He gets into fight and he loses. But psychologically, he tells a story for himself that he's winning. And this is called spiritual victory. So it's called the method of achieving spiritual victory. And in a way, it's basically American copium. I think that's one thing.
Yeah, exactly, man, exactly, yeah. It's a thing they do when they like fucking use stealth fighters, quote unquote, and
yeah. So like, if you guys have the chance, I highly urge everyone to check out the True Story of AQ and Lu Xun. And the other thing, the other one he wrote, these are all novellas, by the way, like very short stories. The other thing he wrote was a Diary of a Madman, and it's basically about this guy going kind of insane, like with feudal Chinese society, and his brother convinced that his brother is like a cannibal. It's like an allegory about sort of the Chinese tradition, like the stultified Chinese tradition, feudal traditions of the Qing during the decline and collapse, and how it's basically eating the future of China and the kids alive. So like cannibalism. So in a way, that's like stuck in the 1990s. So if you guys like, I would encourage you guys to read those two things. This is specifically, I think, about
DM me the stuff. Yeah, no,
sure.
That's fascinating. The DM me the
but
stuff.
I will say this, like, so I'll leave on a more positive note for Americans. Like, America still has a lot of things that are going for it if it can organize its society well. Like, for example, America and China has the same like geographical area, but if you factor in farmable, arable farmland, America, I think, has about like at least 3 times it. Because if you basically, let's say, if you have China's 1.4 billion, that's the amount of arable farmland, and then you convert that to America, like if America had China's population with the same type of arable farmland, America would have about 4 billion people. And they only have about 300 million. So America's got like a lot of resources. The problem is the political establishment and the political organization is, you could say, very outdated.
Okay.
That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. I mean, okay. America's arable land is 158 million hectares. China is at 108 million, right? So it's 50% higher. It's not spectacular, man. I mean, you said, well, if Americans decide to use their resources properly. Sir Malcolm, what do you say to that?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to it, what you said.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I've heard these arguments, man, so many times with regard to like, people just gotta wake up and whatever, and if they just do it this way, it'll be 4 billion people. I'm very skeptical about these things, man. I'm very like, honestly,
look, there's like new
yeah,
forms of organization. It's not necessarily saying, oh, like people got to wake up. I mean, it might have to be like the ashes have to come first before something new can be built. So it might have to be that it does have to collapse, and the collapse will be like, very ugly, like not a pleasant thing. Like what
You're
we're
in the
talking
collapse,
about,
my
like
friend. My friend, you're in the
like
collapse. Like, you're in the
so,
collapse, my friend.
well, I mean, you're in the decline. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is my personal opinion, right? Like, if you look at China
Were you
during the
here at
century,
the were you here at the beginning of the show?
I was not.
Okay, so like Sir Malcolm and me, we talked about it, right? But like he talked
Okay,
about his
my bad.
extended family. He talked about his extended family, and he talked about his parents' generation and his grandparents' generation, right?
Hmm.
Basically, you can look at it in Sweden, you can look at it fucking South Korea, you can look at all these other places, right? But people don't exist, man. Like if you look at your grandparents' generation, right? Okay, oh, we have this many sisters, this many brothers, this many cousins, this many relatives, right? And then you move to the parents' generation, and then you move to quote unquote your generation, and you can see the decline, man. Like the collapse has already happened. This is like Sir Malcolm, you were on one of these shows. Like I think you were on our show, and you were saying it's such a thankless job being a doomer. Because like you use the word collapse, you use these words, and people are like, "Hey man, I woke up on fucking Wednesday, I went to fucking work. Hey man, where's the fucking collapse? I don't see the collapse." And you try to explain to people, "No, dude, you're in the fucking collapse. You're in it right now. Look around you, right? Nothing works.
Oh,
Roads don't work, infrastructure doesn't work. The population is declining, right? You got less family members, right? Fertility's down. All these other things are down. You're in the collapse, man. You're in the collapse." Like,
so I mean, I guess for me is like when you look at Chinese population during the late what is it, the late 19th century and early 20th. So basically, from the Opium War to Mao winning the Civil War in 1949. I mean, in
sure.
a way, China's like it. That was like a period of massive instability and collapse. Population was pretty much stagnant, and you had basically a lot of deaths, but like a lot of famines. Like probably in China, like people tend to forget, like in China before Mao, like you probably had a famine every decade, sometimes multiple famines, like in a decade.
Sure.
So, and as you were saying before, like most of the deaths are not going to be through war.
No,
And
no,
if
no.
they are through war, it's going to be basically through like hunger or the consequences of war and the breakdown of the supply chains, right? Like when the indigenous people
Yeah,
in South
it's
America died in mass,
yeah.
it was,
All of that's true. All of that's true. It's like the thing with America, right? I mean, we talked about this on previous shows, but the thing with America is it's not just starvation and these types of things. It's also tyranny of distance. Like without the automobile, things you cannot do things, right? I mean, you literally have the suburbs. You literally have these like structures, like these big cities and whatnot. Which again, logistics is entirely by truck and these other things. But like if you're like a family and you've not done like your preparations for like food and these types of things, like whatever, I mean, one of the ways you're gonna die, right, if you're not adequately prepared, is that you're just gonna die on the road, man. Like you're gonna be traveling, you run out of fuel, and you're just gonna die on the road, right? But like that's more like that's more like quote unquote exciting ways of dying. But like I'm like, yeah, the boring ways of dying are gonna be what people are taken out by most, like diseases, basic collapse of fertility, and these type of things. And we're already seeing that, man. Like we're
yeah,
already seeing like the collapse. Like South Korea is like 0.6 or 0.7, some stupidly low number. America's at like 1.5, 1.6, but the only reason for that is because of the debt, man. It's because of the debt. It's because of like the US dollar being propped up by these other guys buying the bonds and these type of things. It's not going to last, man. I mean, it's just like something's going to break in the financial system. I'm not a finance guy. My bros are into it. I could probably hook you up with them. They'll probably tell you, hey, this exact bank at this exact place or whatever, that has to fail. And this is going to fuck the financial system. I'm not one of those people. I don't know this stuff. But like, you're not going to have a situation where like, America's going to get to the year 2035 and the dollar system still exists of like, people are buying the bonds and hey, the mortgage rate is still at 7%, right? We're probably in Trump's term, we're probably going to see something unravel. It's probably going to be Japan or one of these other guys, right? And at that point, it's just all she wrote with regard to the financial system, right? It's going to be like, okay, well, not 7% mortgage. We're going to be paying 10%, 11%, 12% mortgages, right? Which, like,
You're
going to,
already seeing this. I mean, in the U.S.
yeah,
housing market, it's pretty much frozen. Like I'm
yeah,
actually glad. I told like one of my family members, like, sell your house now. Like, there's really no point. And if you can get the fuck out, like, probably you should get the fuck out of the States. So,
yeah.
like, if you didn't know, I'm Chinese, and like, you know,
Nice, man. Nice.
I'm in China right now. I will say this, like, people, I'm not trying to be like, oh, happy, positive stuff. Maybe like, people do find a way, right? Like, that family is probably not going to starve, like, on the road. This is just my personal take. Maybe they'll do what Chinese people do. Like, one thing, it's one thing that Chinese people say, like, when they move to America and they kind of get outraged, not outraged, but like puzzled by.
Go for it, man.
It's like they see the suburbs, right? And they're just
Yeah.
like, you have all this land. Why are you growing grass? Like, why are you not making a farm? Or not even a farm, just like a vegetable garden. Like, one of my family friends, he's retired. He's like in his 70s, right? And, he basically grew up with my dad and, like in China, a very close family friend. He's retired. And you know what he spends most of his days doing? Like, now that he's retired, like, as, Chinese guy in Vancouver, he farms. Or he like tends to his garden. And
Nice,
it's like, yeah, I think so. Like, America does, and even Canada, like, it does have a lot of resources, but it really does need like a change of perspective. And as you were saying before, like, there are a lot of things that are just not going to continue existing in the U.S. and Canada. And the suburbs is going to be one of them. It's just way too expensive. And I suspect one of the reasons why America is so reliant on cheap, like, illegal immigrants and cheap labor, and why this is also fucking up the U.S., is precisely because the suburbs have such a high maintenance. Do you know, does that sort of make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's an artificial thing. Go ahead, Sir Malcolm.
I mean, this is kind of an area I've been really fascinated by, but there's a YouTube channel called Not Just Bikes. And this is kind of a YouTube channel, I think it's by a Canadian or whatever, but he's kind of into city planning and so on. And he has a series. Let me actually see if I can find the name of it. Let's see. 1 second.
Take your time.
Right. Okay. So if you go to YouTube and you write in like Not Just Bikes and then The Truth About American Cities, you get the series where he sort of talks about a lot of this stuff. But like he goes through like the financing of suburbs. And it's really fascinating actually, because like suburbs are really a microcosm of what we've been talking about tonight, where it's like you build all of this infrastructure and then you do this classic overshoot where you can't actually pay for it. So like the normal sort of way, the normal municipality in the US is just dead broke today or heading toward bankruptcy, because the way they finance like the expansion of suburbs, the way cities finance it, is you have a developer who come in and they say like, we're going to build this new like development here. We're going to pay for the houses and we're going to build the roads and like the sewer lines and so on. And we're going to pay for that too. And all you have to do is pay for the maintenance. And that's a really good deal, right? Like you don't have to pay for any of the fixed costs. You only have to pay for the maintenance. You get all of this stuff for free. So towns, they obviously just accept. But the problem is, this kind of infrastructure, you have to replace it after like 30 or 40 years. And so like most municipalities, or a lot of them in the US, are basically Ponzi schemes, because there's no money put aside for when that 30, 40-year mark rolls around. And so the only way to pay for that without like ruinous property tax increases, like we're talking, 20 cents on the dollar or whatever in tax increases to pay for that stuff. The only way is to have more developers come in. And so you get like more housing developments for free, which pay in, property taxes with very low maintenance costs because like all of the infrastructure is brand new. So the moment this stuff stops expanding, it dies. It has to keep expanding forever because it's not built to last. Like the infrastructure that's being built, there's no way to pay for it except to build even more stuff that is inherently like unsustainable, but to pocket the proceeds from that stuff.
Yeah. Red Queen problem. You have to keep running faster and faster on the treadmill, otherwise you fall off and die, basically.
Yeah, so I don't think a lot of Americans... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, like, if you want a prime example of this, you could look at Mississauga in Canada, which is like right adjacent to Toronto. Like, I think they've had like a funding crisis or like a financing crisis like within the last decade, precisely because of the problem you're talking about. And that's like, you could say a city or town of like around 400 to 500,000. I'm not sure what the population now, but like you could look it up, Mississauga, Toronto.
It's actually 800,000. It's over 800,000 right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but like they're like in a lot of trouble. And, I think the problem is, I'll say it in another way, as what Malcolm said in a much better way, is the problem with Americans is they want the living space of a rural area, but they want the amenities of an urban area. And it's just, you can't have both. You have to pick one. Otherwise it's not sustainable. Like if you want modern sewage and all that, like, yeah, you're going to have to live in an urban environment, and an urban environment would basically mean like an apartment, like the way that China builds a bunch of high-rise apartments, right? And people don't like that. So it's like, well, I want to live in a rural area. But then it's like, well, I don't want a septic tank. I don't want any of all the things that is like the inconvenience associated with a rural area. So they built out a suburb, and those are really expensive to maintain. Like not just like the sewage systems, but also like the roads and everything. Like it's very wasteful.
Yeah, it's inherently like there's no way to pay for it. Like it's all coming down, and it's coming down very soon once the music stops. So I really find that fascinating. Like you kind of have this crisis hiding in plain sight, where if you actually ask people about this, they will say, "Oh yeah, no, like the Titanic is sinking, and there's no plan to fix it or whatever, and there are no lifeboats. Like it's just, yeah, we're just sitting here in the bar just drinking while the water is coming in." Yeah. And then you kind of tell them, okay, but shouldn't we like try to do something? It's like, no. It really is this kind of weird learned helplessness. Like the problem is so big that, like, again, people just do this reboot sequence. They shut off their brain and then they reboot it or whatever without like the problematic knowledge. But it's just like this stuff is just going to, it's not going to last much longer.
Well, hopefully it doesn't last much longer, because we're talking from a finance perspective. I think from like a socio and cultural perspective, I don't know, man. Suburbs, I think they create like psychopaths. It's just like, for kids, like people are people surprised that American kids are like dysfunctional? Like, wait, have you lived in a suburb before? Either of you guys?
When I lived in Canada for a while, yes, I did.
Like as a kid or no?
I was in my high school years during that
Okay,
time.
so you kind of understand, right? Like before you're 16, you are pretty much, you feel like a prisoner in a suburban home. Like you can't go anywhere without your parents' like car. It's not like in a city where you could like, play outside and whatnot. Like you are pretty much a prisoner trapped in, your house. And you don't really meet the neighbors. Like when I lived in Toronto, in some of like the old school neighborhoods, like, yeah, you could go like, play street hockey, right? Like you would play street hockey in like one of the really not busy roads, and when a car passes by, you would move the nets and all of that, and after the car passes, you would like keep playing. And then when we moved to the States, like the closest, like for, the example I could just give you, like it was we lived in like Essex County in New Jersey. It's like if you want to go to Newark from my town, it's about from where we used to live, it was about 25-minute, 30-minute drive. You take the bus, and it's like a 2-hour bus, and it's like a 20-minute walk to the bus stop from where we lived. So it's like inefficiencies, and it just I think creates like very antisocial behaviors. I think a lot of the anxiety, the isolation I think in American teenagers face, I think a lot of this is a product of like suburban living. That's my personal opinion.
You're probably onto something there. I mean, I don't really study this stuff, but like this is one of those things where, you know, a certain type of lifestyle was chosen, and they've kind of like Sir Malcolm was saying, they can't pay for this stuff, man. I mean, they're just like, you know, what do the fucking crypto bros say? Let it ride. They're in the let it ride phase, man. They're in the let it ride phase, and you know, the Titanic sinking, they're drinking or whatever the fuck. I mean, in a way, it's worse than that, because like, not only do they behave like that, they're just like, you ask them, okay, we gotta replace this thing in 30, 40 years and pay for it or whatever, and they say let it ride, or they say like, oh well, we're gonna figure something out, or oh, you know, we'll find more resources, or oh, we'll figure it out, or the new guy will take care of it, or we just gotta elect someone. It just the same repetition, just the same like compartmentalization, just the same like bullshit over and over and over again, man. It just never ends, right? And so, going fatigue. There you go.
Well, I don't know if you guys heard. I forgot who said this, but like not to hate on boomers. Well, actually, that's not true. Like, but someone once said like,
go ahead and hate on boomers, man. Don't worry about it. Go ahead and hate on boomers. Don't worry
why
about
would
it.
you not take
Why
the
would you
chance
stop,
to hate
man?
on
Man,
boomer?
bro, do it.
okay, so you know how people are saying like, oh, China's going to get old before it gets rich, right? And I think this one researcher is like, that's probably not a bad thing, because in the West, because they've gotten rich before they got old, the boomers sort of act like a locust, and they just suck up all the welfare, all the money, all the finances. And then by the time the boomer passes, there'll be nothing left for like the subsequent generation. So you know how locusts have huge swarms, and then that swarm does well, and then they all die, and there's just like very little, you know, of those insects left after basically a wave, after, you know, the locust swarms. And she was basically saying, yeah, you're going to get that in the Western countries with the boomers, where they built the social welfare system.
That is such a good point. That is actually, I hadn't thought about it just in precisely that way, but I think you're actually onto something. I think you are completely right in that observation. Like, that is one of the massive problems we have right now, where it's like the last gasps of the system here are being I mean, like, we're basically burning resources in order to prop up the boomers. That is completely correct. And
and if you look at, on a flip side, if you look at China, right, it's not like that. So Chinese costs of maintaining old people are actually still very low. And you could kind of say, again, like, I hate to bring the culture stuff up. You know, I do teach, like, you know, right now Chinese kids. Like, you know, they're probably going to take care of their parents. Because if you, like, I teach in a university, like, you ask them, like, how many of you are on a loan to go to university? No hands. They're all being paid for by their parents. I mean, there's flip side, there's a problem to this as well, but in China, you could say there's much more like the individual family unit that's there that provides some sort of, you could say, resiliency, whereas in the West, it is purely provided by the state. And that financing, as you were saying, Malcolm, is very brittle. Like in terms, we're already talking about Social Security, where the future obligations cannot be met, and there will have to be reduced payments in 10 years? Someone said. Like, not a collapse of
Less than,
Social Security,
less
but you're
than
just
10
going to be
years.
getting less and less and less.
Yeah. Less than 10 years until it goes negative.
It's going to be, it's Mexicans and Filipinos looking after white boomers in their retirement homes.
As long as they get paid. I mean, America's probably gonna get broke before that, my friend.
Yeah, that's what America is going to spend its last remaining capital on.
Honestly, man, I'm not even that optimistic. They might even just fucking start a fake and gay war with Venezuela. That could be the thing that fucking makes them bankrupt, right? I don't know, honestly. Like, less than 10 years and Social Security goes negative. I'm not even that optimistic with regard to, like, you know, that way of things playing out. Hello, Sir Arnav, you're back. Do you have a question?
No, I was just saying that the only two profitable industries for young people now is the cruise line and daycare centers.
Daycare
Like
center.
that's the only two ways you can like reclaim your wealth. Seriously speaking.
There we go. Oh dear. It's bleak out there, man. It's bleak out there. Ooh, Sir Axmed wants to speak. Sir Axmed, I've made you speaker. You got questions, comments? Go on right ahead. Yeah, you don't have to raise your hand. Go on right ahead. Don't worry about it, man. It's a chill space over here.
I know it's chill. I just, it's a habit of mine. Anyway, I know it's going to be a little bit focused on Venezuela from what I'm asking, but it's a basic question. When is this war supposed to happen? Because next year is going to be the midterms for the United States, and a war taking place during a time of elections for the Republicans, it's not gonna look good.
Honestly, bro, you gotta ask Trump when he's gonna start the war, because he might just pussy out, right? And like I think Sir Malcolm, you said that if he does pussy out, that's like a big red flag that America's collapse is far closer than ever. Because like you were saying, that it takes so much money, resources, and energy flows to like transport this shit around. The fact that 30% of the fucking fleet is there and he doesn't start the war, that's like a big tell. With regard to, like, the poker hand that he's holding is basically a fucking dud.
Then I'm glad that
But like, I'm still confused. Like, what's the objective in Venezuela? Like, they don't have enough boots, like
Oh, they
soldiers,
got
to like
50. Yeah,
occupy the country.
they got nothing, man. They got
I
15,000 Marines.
I
15,000
brought
Marines is not even enough to take like a small settlement of like 200,000 or whatever, man. It's crazy.
I brought it up in our previous episode, Ahnaf, when I talked about pump faking. Trying to make Maduro commit seppuku or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if
Yeah,
that
except I
happens,
don't
though,
think
yeah.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
think
man.
he's going to do it though. That's the thing. Like, I think you have to have, like, you have to basically overthrow him if you want to, like, remove Maduro. I think he's in a stable enough situation. I'm not an expert, but it just seems
Yeah.
that if he was going to be overthrown, it would be around right now or like a few weeks ago, as the U.S. forces are mustering.
Venezuela has 300 billion crude oil barrels. The problem with Venezuela is that their EROI is very low. It's 4:1. Usually it's 20:1. That's the
Yeah.
only reason they're going to Venezuela. No other reason.
Sir
But that makes even
Arnav.
less sense. So
Yeah.
if you don't mind me saying, that makes
Yeah.
even less sense because America today is a major producer of crude. If they get the Venezuelan crude, they are going to destroy and cannibalize their own domestic producers who need a decently high, like I think $60 to $65 a barrel to keep on producing and be profitable.
The
But
Like,
Goldilocks
I think,
zone is the Goldilocks zone is $60 to $80. Too little, they get fucked with regard to the sellers. Too high, and the buyers get fucked. But like, Sir Arnov, you're being too optimistic, man. You think there's a fucking plan. There's no fucking plan, man. Like, this is him moving the things around, right? He's sundowning, right? Donald John Trump. He's sundowning. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. like you were saying, right? He wants there to be like a seppuku or whatever, right? It's probably not going to happen. Even if it does happen, right? Let's say Maduro commits seppuku, or I don't know, some fucker assassinates him tomorrow, right? You're just gonna get like Saddam Hussein 2.0 with regard to like, okay, now there's gonna be some general that takes power or some other civil war faction that's like, okay, we gotta kill the Yankee Satan or whatever, man. There's no fucking plan. Like, what's he gonna do? Okay, Venezuela, 50% larger than Ukraine, 3 times the jungle cover of like Vietnam. Do you think they can hold the land? Absolutely ridiculous. No way, right? There's no off ramp here. Like, if he does start the war, there's no off ramp here which ends well with America, benefiting in any way whatsoever, right? There's no benefit here to be acquired, if that makes sense. None whatsoever.
So I do have a theory, and I want to run it with you guys.
Yeah, go for
So
it, man.
it seems like the irrationality of just America like spazzing out and like attacking everything, whether it's like Israel, Venezuela. I was saying like to someone that it feels like, you know how when you go into like hypothermia, like the moment before you die, or not the moment, but like, the minutes before you die, like your body completely loses control because the body is trying to maintain heat inside of your body, right? So
Yeah.
the body then basically loses, the homeostasis completely breaks down. And then they have a sudden feeling of hot flash, which is just the heat leaving the body, right? You get what I'm saying? Like the hot flash, like
Yes,
the
sir.
heat
Yes, sir.
leaving the
Yes.
body and then you die. So
Yeah.
it does feel like rather than like heat, it's like, you have the aggression and the, coercive capabilities. But like a functional state kind of manages that coercive capabilities. Like, well, we're not going to use it. Like, we're going to be very cautious in how to use it because we want to husband this capability for like when it's really necessary and not for every little thing. And now that the American state is breaking
Yeah.
down, they can't basically do this and they just flail around. And that's like a
Yeah.
symptom of it's really dying.
Yeah. Yeah. You're probably onto something there. I would just say it's Marco Rubio and that like fucking, I don't know what it's called, but like he's got that guy Marco Rubio and like 2 or 3 other guys. It's their pet project, man. Like, they're trying to do something here. I think the hypothermia analogy is apt. They're probably trying to get some kind of outcome, but they're on fucking autopilot and they don't even fucking know what outcome they want. There's like a post facto justification with regard to, oh, this is about fucking cartels, or no, oh, this is about Maduro the despot, or oh, this is about oil or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I saw the fucking Fox business. I don't know, man. I had to bleach my eyes afterwards, but like, this fucking general or whatever the fuck, he's like, yeah, man, we're doing it for oil. I just laughed out loud. I'm like, no, you're fucking not, man. No, you're fucking not. Right? You can lie to whatever the fuck, but like, I know what oil prices are, man. It's at
Mm-hmm.
that price, and like you were saying, right? Like, if it goes below that number, right, the Goldilocks of 60 to 80, right, they're absolutely fucked. It's not about oil, man. It's not about oil. Like, the Americans are fucking pump faking it, like Sir Axman was saying. The Americans are fucking dying. They're in hypothermia and all these other things that you were saying, good Sir Meow Meow. But like, there's no benefit, none whatsoever, no benefit whatsoever with regard to what they're about to do, right? Assuming that they do it. If they don't do it, then that's a bigger conversation with regard to like, yeah, man, America is probably gonna go tits up soon. Yeah. So actually, you don't have to raise your hand, man. Just talk. Don't worry about it. Just chill space. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
My hand is not raised. I think it's the damn button again. Hold on.
Oh, okay. No worries, man. Yeah. Don't, yeah. Okay,
I
now
think they were hoping Maduro would just get scared and abandon ship. But
why should he
it
get scared
does.
though, man? Yeah, like that's the thing though. Like the guy literally is getting boatloads of equipment from Russia and China. Like, why the fuck should he get scared? It's like,
I mean, why should he get scared? Like the Americans couldn't even deter the Yemenis, and they're like way poor.
I think that was it. Everyone saw how that played out, and well, I mean, if you can't take on Yemen, then yeah.
Don't
Bad
get me wrong;
sign.
it's not like the Yemenis are like very hardy fighter, but
yeah,
they do not have
they don't have
technological
a billion-dollar
sophistication.
budget, man. No, they don't have a billion-dollar budget. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, so now we are gonna assemble 1/3 of the fleet, and we're not even gonna attack this guy who has like late 1970s third-rate anti-air, and he's got a bunch of fucking speedboats and drones. Like, it's humiliating, man. For 3 months, he's been moving things around. It's fucking humiliating. If I'm like one of these like goyim, like one of these like white nationalist goyim, and whatever the fuck, I would be fucking humiliated at this stuff. It's like, the so-called quote unquote white American, whatever the fuck, conquering nation can't even like fucking fight Venezuela. It's fucking, it's hilarious, man. Fucking hilarious. Oh dear.
The Venezuelans are going to find out why we don't have health care.
Who's going to find out that they don't have free healthcare?
The Venezuelans are about to find out why Americans don't have healthcare.
I think they already found out, bro. Like, they already found out why America doesn't have free healthcare. It's a pretty boring answer.
And to be honest, the Yemenis they still don't know why Americans don't have free healthcare. They're still waiting for the answer.
They figured out the answer, man. They figured out the answer. The lack of answer to the question is the answer itself.
God. Yeah, I will say this though. I think Russia and China have very limited capabilities to help Venezuela because they don't have a very robust Blue Fleet Navy, and it's not like they could ship all of the stuff whether by air or by surface boat, by ship to Venezuela. So I think the ability to support them is probably going to be pretty limited. But if there is a war and the Venezuelans bog them down to the jungles, I think the greater concern, and this is the thing that surprises me why Americans don't think about this, this is just, it's like what they're doing with Russia and Ukraine. It's kicking the historical tombstones and just reopening those wounds of the anti-Americanism. It's not like America doesn't have a history of intervening in Latin America and causing horrific suffering. It's going to bring this, and the impetus maybe even to say we need to band together to stick it to the Yankees. It's just going to bring those sentiments back to the fore.
And you know what's going to magnify those sentiments? What's going to magnify those sentiments is America going in with a bunch of these F-16s or whatever the fuck they have, right? And one of the third-rate S-300 systems, which is almost fucking 50 years old, manages to get a lucky hit in and shoot one of them down. And then suddenly the Yankee Satan's not so scary anymore, right? And it's the thing, it's like Sir Axel was saying, pump faking and these type of things, man. If you make your move and what does Sir Malcolm say? You're Modern Warfare or Battlefield 3, you're playing with a bunch of bots and you lose to a bunch of fucking bots or whatever the fuck in one of these servers, man. Holy shit. That's just all she wrote, man. Stick a knife in it, she's dead, Jim, man. At that point, even fucking Ecuador and these guys would fight America, man. They're like, whatever, this guy's a fucking walking carcass. We can just take him, right? The Yankee Satan is not long for this world, basically. So that would be such a funny outcome. It's just the mighty American Air Force and Navy got lost aircraft and whatever the fuck to 1970s tech. Yeah.
Are they going to have another training accident in the Caribbean? Will there be
That's how they
yeah.
Sure.
They lost 2 planes in the Red Sea.
Oh yeah, bro. They just happened to roll off the aircraft carrier when they weren't looking. Oh yeah, obviously that's a believable story.
and they shot down one of their own planes with their own air defense.
Yeah, sure they did, bro.
You remember? I think it was in the last 3 years, one of the U.S. nuclear submarines scraped something at the bottom of the sea and damaged itself.
It hit a seamount.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so and then I think this is this maintenance crisis is at least 8 years old. Because remember in 2017, with Trump or Obama, they had the collision with the USS McCain or something.
Yeah.
And then I think the report, basically the after report is saying the maintenance is just backlogged because Siemens are stretched thin. We just don't have enough people to maintain all of these ships. Yeah. And that was in 2017. So you wonder just how much more degradation there is in the U.S. system.
Well, I mean, Trump can choose to show it to us by attacking, right? And, then the rot will be there for all to see. Or he can pussy out and, Sir Malcolm, myself, and the other Doomers will have a lot of fun talking about the retreat. That will be a very fun episode if that happens, right? So.
Well, I'm just glad I'm not in the States anymore, even though I have a lot of friends in the States. Because it does feel like, I'll put it to you this way, I'm not trying to be mean or glib, but now when I wake up to the sound of fireworks, I don't have to wonder if it's fireworks or gunshots.
Yeah. Well, it's good that you're out of there, my friend, because it's the whatchamacallit. America is a lunatic asylum, Sir Malcolm. It's got to get out of there.
I mean, yes, it really is.
If Trump successfully gets Rush Hour 4 made, how long will that extend the madness?
If he gets what? Sorry, could you repeat that?
Rush Hour 4.
Russia or what?
Rush Hour 4.
Rush Hour 4. Oh, it's a fucking movie. That's what you were talking about. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't give a fuck about that, man. Whatever. It's like,
dude, Jackie Chan is 70 years old now? Like, he's an old man. He can't
at least, yeah.
It's just another fucking Top Gun movie, man. This fucking goyim shit, man. It's like, oh yeah, bro, what is this, man? What is this? It's like, yeah, culture war, man. We're fucking winning the culture war. Fucking goyim, shut the fuck up, bitch. It's like, what are these people talking about, man?
Look. In the person's defense, it is a good movie. It's a fun movie.
Sure, man. Sure. It's a good movie.
Yeah, it was peak America as cultural hegemon. 90s.
Yeah,
we're going to Americanize the world.
Bro, that's fine, man. Look, listen, that's fine. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. That's fine. But look, if you talk to an individual person, and all he does is he pretends to be fucking 21, and he's fucking 55. What do you call that person? He's fucking childish, man. It's like, you're not fucking 21. You're fucking 55, right? Sorry, Grandpa, you're 55. You're not 21, right? It's just embarrassing to watch, man. I'm sorry, but all these they can't even make a movie properly these days, right? And all the goyim do is they talk about culture and all these other things. They don't talk about material reality, right? They talk about movies all day. They're like, oh my gosh, I'm so unhappy at this fucking remake or whatever. And then they're like, okay, sure, whatever. You're talking about culture. Meanwhile, your inflation is killing you, and you can barely pay for coffee, and your mortgage rates are going bananas or whatever. Okay, man. What was that quote? I'm trying to remember that quote. Okay. I think War Criminal Shepherd, which is one of Sir Malcolm's amazing mutuals. He said it best. Is you can do whatever you want to the goyim. By the time the scars heal, they forget anything even happened. That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
So, Ahnaf, I want to share something very funny which has happened.
You got a joke for us? Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
Not joke, actual things what have happened.
Oh, an actual event.
I think
Go
so.
ahead, man.
Yeah. I think so that the Indian conquest of the American cyberspace, I think so, has some level of coordination going, because yesterday, or maybe day before yesterday, Prime Minister Modi, for the first time in India after 80 years of independence, has said that we have to get out of the Macaulay education mindset.
Oh, interesting.
The Macaulay mindset through which we conquered American cyberspace. I think so now the signal has gone that we have conquered that thing. Now we have to concentrate on our own stuff.
Yeah.
So I think so there is some level of coordination that has happened.
Nice. And by the way, I gotta say this again. Congratulations, Sir Arnav Jindal, for conquering American cyberspace without firing a single fucking shot, right? You guys followed the rule book. That's all you did, right? They wanted blonde women with voluptuous breasts running across the wheat fields and telling them in raspy voices, I want to have 10 of your kids. Indo-Aryan warrior, kite slammer 49, right? All you guys did was you followed the rule book. You made a bunch of pornographic accounts and a bunch of these crypto scam and these other guys, and you made the accounts for them. They gave you demand. You gave them supply. You took their impressions and their money and all their other shit. You guys won. They fucking lost. And what else did you do? Right? You kept on doing this over and over again, and now you guys are their drug dealer, and they're the junkie. So once again, Sir Arnav Jindal, congratulations. Gandhian conquest of America and American cyberspace without firing a single shot. Congratulations.
Goyim shepherding is remarkably easy.
Honestly, man, like Sir Arnav has a very, very big advantage over all of us here, because he's from Mumbai, India, and what I told him was what's the land of the cow? Well, the land of the cow is India. India worships the cow. So perfect, man. India replaces, great replacement happens. India replaces America in cyberspace, right? It's perfect, man. You got the Goyim. The Goyim are cattle / farm animals / cows. Perfect guy to shepherd the cattle and what have you. It's the Indians, man. There you go. Oh man. Did you guys see, by the way, Vivek Ramaswamy, that guy, what did he say? He said, schools should run year round, so there should be no vacations, and it should be 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And it was so crazy. It was so crazy that people started accusing other people of hey man, you doctored the video, it's AI generated. He didn't say something that crazy, or it's, oh, you're not an American, man, you just made that shit up. I was like, no man, this is literally what he said on his social media. Oh, fucking good, man.
I'll just say this, if that's the idea that he could come up with, he's an idiot. China, one thing that China does not do well is the intensity of the education system competition. Yes, you'll create very, very well-informed high schoolers that will be very prepared for university.
Yeah.
But their days are brutal. The Gaokao is incredibly intense, and just there's a lot of burnout from this. A lot of Chinese parents, it's not nowadays, it's not really Western education system is better, that's why we want to send our kids to America. It's I don't want to subject my kids to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. schooling and doing homework nonstop. Don't get me wrong, this system does produce very, very capable students that can is completely ready to go into university. Right. And because China has so many people and such a limited amount of spots, it demands this type of intensity. But this is not something that's a good thing. And it's the problem with America is every time they look at China, they take the most retarded idea, the not so great ideas from China rather than the good ideas from China. That's the problem with Americans.
I wrote a pretty long essay about this stuff a couple of years ago for American Affairs. So me and a friend looked into the Gaokao, but also the equivalent systems in Japan and South Korea. And the South Korean case is illustrative here of again, the theme of overshoot, because the cost for a parent of trying to have a kid and have that kid remain in the same class position as they. I mean, we're talking 40%, 50% of your pre-tax income for two people. If you add the income of the father and the mother, 50% of the pre-tax income will have to go to all of the cram schools and tutors and so on. And so, people just take one look at that and they say, sorry, I would have to work like a slave my entire life or for 20 years so that my potential child, would have the privilege of living like a slave. The school day starts at 6:30 to 7 in the morning, and it ends at 11 in the evening. and you have all of these like really nightmarish things where it's like people are so sleep deprived. Like I think I can't remember the exact age, but like we're talking like late high school students sleeping on average 4.5 hours a night. Like that's the average. And then you look at like countries that are in South Korea and it's 7-8 hours because, this stuff helps with, brain development and so on. But then, what's the solution to that? It's to have tables at the back of the class where there's like no chair. So if you're like super sleep deprived, you can ask to have like a table. So you have to stand up, so it's harder to fall asleep. And the issue here is just that like this is an unsustainable society, and like the cost of that unsustainability has to be borne by someone. And so when you on a societal like level, you put all the costs on the parents, you get like a collapse in fertility and you get a collapse in morale amongst the parents. You can do what the US has done, which is to sort of try to extend like the debt economy past where like it's sustainable. And now we're dealing with like 50-year mortgages and like 15-year car notes, and that's falling apart. But you really get the sense here that like industrial society really cannot sustain itself. We're basically picking alternatives here of like, where do we dump all the toxic waste? Like, do we dump it in the river? Do we upcharge our customers to the point where they have to break out the credit cards to afford a product? Or like, there's too many externalities that we can't process internally without like massive problems. And I think people really underestimate just how much of a morbid symptom like the educational stuff is.
Yeah. I mean, like, South Korea, talented engineers and these kinds of things, but they work themselves to death, or in education, I guess, they educate themselves to death. It's just like there's no solution, man. Like you were saying, Sir Malcolm, it's just like who gets to be the sucker? Who do we sacrifice, right? Who do we put under the bus, right? And that's kind of like negative stuff politics. I'm not sure. It's just like, well, I need to vote for the guy who fucks over the 2 or 3 other groups, so that my group can somehow, some way preserve itself or like do slightly better, right? Just kind of like I mean, people were joking about Zoran Mamdani. Oh yeah, this guy, he's gonna bring the Dar al-Islam to New York. It's like Obama 2.0. He's just like the guy they vote for so that he can fuck over the 2 other race and ethnic groups and class groups, so that like this other group over here that he's beholden to, they can like somehow survive or like do slightly better. But like the negative sum dynamics will continue basically.
I'm just on an unrelated note, I'm just very disappointed that the Zionists have lied to me again, because I was looking forward to Sharia law in New York City.
Oh my gosh. Sharia law in New York City.
It's not happening.
It's not happening, man.
Sadly.
But you remember in the election, like all the fucking like Zionists, they're just like foaming at the mouth that this guy's going to bring Sharia law.
The way they were describing the guy, there's like, okay, there's going to be public beheadings in like Times Square, and then like the Empire State Building is where you like push the gays off or whatever. Like I'm like, is this what they're advertising?
By the way, Zoran.
Or they're going to put a minaret on like on the Empire State Building or something.
Yeah. We'll put the minaret on the One World Trade Center. Yeah, there we go.
He has actually banned pro-Palestine protests with the help of a Zionist group. So yeah.
All right, so we get a Fell For It Again award. Fantastic. All right, we get another Fell For It. So Malcolm, how many Fell For It Again awards? How many have we received? How many have we received? Fell For It Again awards. Oh man.
People in the comments are like, oh, is it because like Donald Trump's influence on him and whatever, like the cope is on another level.
It's just yeah.
And like this coming from like leftists, it's just like when he won, the one person's like, "Oh my God, this is like the most consequential thing for like the labor movement or the left movement since the Russian Revolution." And I was like, "Come on, get the fuck out of here, man! Like, have some perspective at least, or read some history books." It's like this is like for a mayor of New York City, like, like calm down. Oh man, like it's
New York City, like all these fuckers, they're like, oh man, New York City is the most fucking important city on the fucking planet, and you just shake your head at this, man. It's just like their brain is still fucking stuck in the 20th century. They're never gonna change out of this, man. They're never gonna fucking
not the 20th century. The brain is stuck in 1991. 1991, the unipolar moment. That's when that's where the brain is stuck in.
Yeah.
It's like you look at Biden.
Yeah. Fukuyama actually himself is like, he's becoming more and more of a doomer these days, right? He's just like, yeah, I was wrong, and here's why I was wrong, and all these other things, right? I think even he can like smell the coffee, man. He can also fucking smell the coffee with regard to what's about to happen, right? But yeah.
Well, I think this is my personal opinion. I think Fukuyama's a giant pussy because, like, I think if he really stuck to his guns, he could be like, the Hegelian interpretation is not in the sense like, oh, the end of history, like in the sense it's like, all the ideology or the conflict ends. It's that, the nation state is like the end goal, the end state of things, right? Like the configuration of the nation state. I mean, you could say in a way the entire Afghan war that the United States was in. I'm not saying this is, but I'm saying you could indirectly read it as the creation of an Afghan state, right? That leaves Taliban controlling like much more greatly the whole of Afghanistan because it united most of Afghanistan against the Americans in creating that identity, right? So you could see it in that way. So in a way, you could say like, if you read it from, and to go beyond that, if you read like World War II from like a non-Western perspective, right? The most consequential thing out of World War II wasn't like the Holocaust or like, the overthrow of the Germans. It was that the Europeans have bankrupted themselves to such a degree that it led to decolonization, and you had the creation of all of these multitude of states in, Asia and in Africa that nominally had, got their sovereignty back. So if you look at it from a Hegelian standpoint, from the end of history, right? So I think Fukuyama kind of like the backtracking is like kind of cowardly. That's my personal 2 cents.
He's kind of like, he's at that age where like he kind of now knows what Substack is, and he's just like, whatever, I gotta like, my reputation is kind of tarnished anyways, but I'll pretend to, like, know what I'm talking about, and I'm not actually gonna backtrack, but he's kind of like, what's the name of that guy? So it was Fukuyama, and then he was the student of Huntington. There was another guy, right? And he was the guy, I'm blanking out on his name, but he was basically disagreeing with Fukuyama and disagreeing with Huntington. So he did not believe that history was going to end with like liberalism or whatever the fuck. And he did not believe in Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations. What he believed in was, I think it's called the coming anarchy, right? And he basically said was that things would get more chaotic, right? Institutions would fail, right? Yeah, Kaplan, that's his name, Robert E. Kaplan, right? But like, he did like an analysis of like world affairs in post-Cold War era, and he's just like, what's going to happen to the future? Like, what does the future look like? Well, the future looks a lot like Haiti, Democratic Republic of Congo, Sierra Leone, etc., right? Basically, like, his worldview was like, the unipolar moment would not be replaced by like sovereignty and these types of things. What it would be replaced by was like, okay, well, the trade routes are gone, the institutions are gone, people are going to fight, right? You don't have commerce, you don't have meaningful like exchange and trade and what have you. So like, what do people do in those situations? Well, they fight one another, right? That was kind of like his way of looking at things. right? I think he wrote that in 1994, so it was pretty actually, like what, 3 years or something after Fukuyama. So, you know, the doomers have always been around. It's just that people didn't quite notice them when they wrote their stuff. So,
So enough, like my
Well,
sort of contention is that like when will all the people who are in the material space, like like those people don't like talk like normal people, like they don't even understand how normal people behave or talk. Like till how much time is the political space and that space is going to be like siloed? Because at some point those people have to come out and tell the truth because it is
they don't
going
have
to
to,
be
man.
siloed.
Honestly, man, they don't have to do anything.
Or they have to wait, like
They,
just like us.
no, I don't think like I said this sometime in the space, but it's not my responsibility to save the world.
Oh yes,
It's
yes,
not.
yes,
I'm not
yes.
the emperor of humanity.
Yeah.
You're not the emperor of humanity. Sir Malcolm's not the god emperor of mankind or whatever, right? Like, it's not our fucking responsibility, man. Like, honestly, I think this is a situation where the simplest explanation works. I think the engineers, the scientists, these guys, a lot of them, right? And I know for certain that what's it called? Like Meadows, who like wrote, co-authored like The Limits to Growth. He also says this. He's like, it's not my responsibility to save the world, right? I can tell people what's going to happen, and I can be a warner to them, and I can say, hey man, these things are going to happen, but it's up to them. It's up to their choices to like shape the world around them, right? But like, I think they're just going to exit, man. They're going to exit. They're going to keep their family, friends, and relatives around their tight inner circle. They'll try and survive as best they can. But like, this thing of like, we gotta go out there, tell the public the truth of like, hey man, we don't have the fucking oil or the money or whatever the fuck, right? I don't think that's ever gonna happen. I think the collapse is continuous. I think it's just gonna be more and more people simply exiting it, like gradually, bit by bit, grain by grain, like grains of sand, basically, right? It's not gonna be like one day, like the fucking, post successor, Warring States period America in the year 2089, somebody goes up to the podium and says, my fellow Americans, we are fucked, right? I don't think that moment's ever gonna happen, man. It's that's a bit too optimistic regarding human nature, I think, with regard to,
Well, you're
events
right.
unfolding.
No, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Oh, the
Hey,
G-Man post.
can I ask a
Yeah, go ahead.
question of
Go ahead.
Arnav? I wanted to, is the Indian kind of media space or information sphere, is that like a separate thing from the English kind of, or American or Western English language kind of information sphere? Is that like, what's the interaction there? Is it like a separate thing?
I mean,
Is it like,
first of all, no one in the West kind of understands India at all. Like, they don't even have any rudimentary understanding of it. Whatever understanding they have is through the British sources. So, because, India as a country, as a civilizational state, it just defies all the compartmentalization, like all those categorization that you can do it easily in the West. So, no. And the thing is that there is no sort of national consensus in India itself. Every region is very different. Basically, it's like Europe. Like if you think in nation state terms, it's like European Union in one. So it is quite different from what you guys get in the Anglosphere. But yeah, like what we talked about in the start of the space is that the hopes, like it's like, yes, people in the West are now fearing that their dominance may come down, but people like in India or like in the developing world, they are like, now it's our turn to build the skyscrapers and be that. I think so that's the delusional part that people in India are falling for. They
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
they are not
yeah.
understanding that uh, this is a one time anomaly. It's not like it's going to pass on forever. But yeah, so that is there for sure. But there is certain understanding in the sense that we like all our education system, everything is still sort of maintained by the British, what British left for us. And I think so now, after 80 years, it's the first time really that we are venturing out and looking for our past, how we were before any of the invasions ever happened. So which is quite good for deindustrialized future. That's the reason I'm very optimistic about that in India. I'm not optimistic about the elites in India, but I'm very optimistic about Indian people in general. So yeah, it is very different. Like you like whatever you get in America is very different from how things happen in India, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And like, I mean, I'm from that part of the world, so you know, the way people in my part of the world think is like, we gotta be Western, and but we gotta be Western in our own kind of way, quote unquote, right?
100%, 100%.
So yeah. So it's like, I'll talk about Bangladesh a bit, but like, well, we gotta build the 50 floor skyscraper, and you explain to them, okay, buddy, Bangladesh is like 30 feet or like 30 meters above sea level, man. I mean, the soil doesn't fucking work for like a 50-story skyscraper. You're like, no, man, shut up. You know, don't you love your nation? Aren't you patriotic? Blah blah blah. You hear all the bullshit, right? And so like, it's fucking childish, right? You try to explain to them, you explain basic engineering principles, and they don't want to listen to you, right? And that's kind of the crap you got to deal with, right? So, you know, they want their 15 minutes of fame, they want their moment in the sun, because they think like the Westerners, you know, had it and they want it too, and what there's an inferiority complex, obviously, but there's also this thing of like, you know, like Sir Arnav was saying, they don't want to recognize the fact that this is like a one-time anomaly thing of like, yeah, you literally used up all of the stored sunlight from like all the dead dinosaurs from like hundreds of millions of years ago, and you aren't going to get it back in like human timescales, because like, you know, the oil, the coal, and natural gas is only going to come back several tens of millions of years later, which is not like relevant for like human timescales, right? So, well, like, you know, good luck explaining that in Bengali to like people who don't want to listen.
And no one wants
It's
to
not gonna
listen
happen.
that. No one wants to listen.
No one wants to listen.
And
No
that
one wants to listen.
patriotic thing that you're saying is like the self-hate is now they're turning that into the patriotic thing. That, oh, you
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
want
yeah, yeah,
to,
yeah.
like these are
It's
the
fucking
people,
pathetic, man.
these
Yeah,
people will cry all the, like these people cry that why on earth we were born in Bangladesh or in India,
yeah,
even though they want to be born in America or in the UK. And
yeah,
then
yeah.
these are the
If
people
they
that
want to
rule
be
over
born as
us.
goyim, if they want to be fucking born as goyim, man, go on the fuck ahead. Like you were saying, Sir Arnold. Like, if they want to go and work there as a security guard, go on right ahead, man. Like, you can be the goyim over there, right? So like, that's what it is, right? Oh, the G-Man says something. Okay, I don't remember who posted this, but okay, so this is what the G-Man speaking. I don't remember who posted this, but it basically sums up how delusional Western goy cattle are. All right, let me see what this says. All right. Trigger warning. This is probably going to be pure cattle goy slop. All right, let me see what it says. Real Fukuyaman Pax American heads were seriously deranged motherfuckers to believe that the status of world police with ironclad nuclear suicide pact to defend the territorial integrity of Lithuania was a situation that would unquestionably last for the next 100 years. Jeez, man. That's so true. Like what was that like? Fuck, what's the name of that city? I don't even remember. Anyways, like Sir Malcolm loves to say, Estonians aren't even real human beings, right? Or like whatever. Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. I don't. These aren't even real countries, man. Whatever. So these guys are just like, you know, Chicago needs to be nuked so that like you can fucking defend Riga or whatever. This is bullshit, man. Oh man.
So this class of uh, I guess drivers in the third world that you were discussing, they're kind of like people who still think that communism is the cutting edge of
Yeah,
politics in like the
in
1970s. Like we
in
need to join
Bangladesh.
the Soviet Union.
So if you speak to them, like, I'll talk about Bangladeshi politics. I don't know. Hey, you know, like there's, I don't know, 50 people here. I guess I'll talk about Bangladesh politics for a second. So Malcolm loves to talk about Sweden. I'll talk about this part of the world. Well, like, the right wing is basically like this really weird autarkic nationalism, which doesn't fucking work because like Bangladesh is tiny. You can't be an autarky, right? Even if you're fucking Russia, you can't be an autarky. But like, you've got this autarkic nationalism, which is fucking stupid, right? Then you've got the Islamist parties, and they have some nice things to say about family life and decent things, and I like them, but like they're very unrealistic with regard to like how global geopolitics works, and like they do not want to talk about economy, right? They don't want to talk about like resource flows, material flows, like, hey, how do we pay for this crap, right? They're not willing to talk about that. And then on the left, you got what you're talking about, which is like, we just need socialism, man. Real socialism hasn't been tried yet, right? And Bangladesh, we have like socialism as one of the 4 founding pillars of this society based on the 1975 constitution. We got to try out socialism. And then other than that, what else do we have on the left? Yes, we got the Awami League, which is like a center-left party, which is basically like a cult of personality thing, right? And that's like Bangladesh in a nutshell, right? That's like how 180 million people somehow crammed together in 147,000 square kilometers, and somehow like Dhaka city with 93,000 people per square mile rather, functions, right? It's like those trains of thoughts or ideas, right? That's our
1.4
situation.
billion people next to Bangladesh operate on the same principles.
Honestly, man, Sir Malcolm has it good. He doesn't have to deal with these people, man. He has to deal with the fucking goy. Sir Malcolm is like lucky. He has to deal with the fucking goyim and the goy cattle. He doesn't have to deal with this bullshit that we gotta deal with.
So you think the goyim herding that we have to deal with in the West is not quite as taxing or challenging as what you're dealing with over there?
But
The
no,
thing is, right?
there's
Like,
a difference. There's a difference.
There's a difference. Yeah.
Our elites are retards. They are the
They're fucking
strivers,
retards. Absolute retards, man. Like,
and that there is in our case, urbanization rates is only 30%. The rest 60-70% of the country, like in India, it's all agricultural. I think so. It's similar
same over here.
Bangladesh.
Same over here.
So the striving class, of which I'm part of, unfortunately, but hey, that's how it is. That is the class. That's the poison class. So as I said, our elites are retards, and like they are chasing this striver's dream. In your case, it's the people too. It's like it's like the elites and the people both are simpatico in the goyim dream.
The
At least in our case,
the cancer has spread to our bodies,
oh yes.
But it's only in your head right now.
Yes. In our case,
for now, it's gonna spread as well, man. It's gonna spread as well. But for now, that's kind of our situation. Yeah.
Yes, in our case, our illiteracy and our stubbornness to our rituals and our traditions somewhat shields us from the cancer spreading. But if it's there for long, it will impact them as well.
Yeah. So like, I basically like, I mean, Sir Malcolm loves to quote Louis Boyot, and I think there's like a section in like that big Louis Boyot quote about like, if America sunk to the bottom of the ocean, nobody would fucking care, right? Like, Bangladesh is probably gonna sink quite a bit in like the 21st century, but like, what's gonna happen in that case is our elites are gonna become more fucking retards. They're gonna talk more fucking bullshit about things that aren't relevant and doesn't matter. They're not going to talk about material energy flows, infrastructure, basic housing, and all these other things, right? And then there's just going to be, all these, casualties, and then there's going to be migration, et cetera, et cetera. So it's going to be a very, very fun 21st century, right? So that's kind of the situation for us. I mean, so Arnav, I guess you guys, like, India's like what? 3 million something square kilometers. So you guys will be slightly better than us, but like, yeah.
Oh yes. Like, that's what I'm banking on.
So with all the doomerism, have you guys read this book called The Collapse of Western Civilization? It's like a fiction.
Who's the author? Do you know who the author is?
One sec, let me just take a look. 1 second. Let me just.
I don't think I've read it, but like, if you can DM me that, I can have a look. But like, it's just I've dabbled in all of the various doomful arts over the last few years, right? I think Sir Arnav has as well, right? But like, Sir Arnav, yeah, go ahead.
It's by Eric M. Conway and then Naomi Orisks. So I'm actually gonna send 1 sec. I'm just gonna do a post. You guys like.
It is showing that it is set in the year of 2393. It's published
Oh
in
yeah, I see.
2014.
Columbia University Press. Global drought, but when the disintegration of Western mass migration, writing from the Second People's Republic of China 300th anniversary, gripping and how the children in the political failed to act. Yeah. Oh, this is. I think I know this author actually. Historian of Science and Technology. I have not read this book. Columbia. Okay.
I thought it might be interesting with all the doomerism and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe you got to trust the plan with Bangladesh. They want their 50-foot skyscraper, but they might be thinking 30 feet
Bro, it is
below.
so fucking retarded.
They're just going to build 80 feet, and then they'll build the next Venice in Bangladesh.
Bro, it's so fucking retarded. Like, there is not a single thing in Sweden that Sir Malcolm has to deal with like the Goy cattle, that is as retarded as this fucking idiot saying we can build a 50-story skyscraper in fucking Bangladesh, man. I swear to God, he's never gonna find something more retarded than that, man. Holy shit. Right? It's like, who says that, man? Okay, collapse of Western. Okay, thank you so much. I'll check it out. Thank you, appreciate it. But like, no, that's our predicament, man. That's our predicament. It's gonna be watching the Goyim drive the car off the cliff or whatever the fuck. Right. Oh dear.
But I don't know much about Bangladesh, but it's not all under like below sea level, is it? Like,
okay, so average elevation in Bangladesh is about 30 meters. Average elevation. Let me actually give me a second. I gotta get the number right. Elevation average. Okay, low elevation. Yeah, 30 to 85 meters. That's kind of the range. Highest point is 1,064. Most of the land is 12 meters above sea level, so about 1/3 of the land is 12 meters above sea level. Yeah. And that happens to be the land where most people live. So there you go. Down she goes. Ship's gonna go down into the ocean, folks.
No, man, you guys just got to invade Australia and displace the people in Australia.
We're already fucking invading Australia, man. We fucking invaded Australia. We fucking invaded Europe. We fucking invaded Canada. There's 300 million of us, man. All right. There's like, give us a break. There's like 14, 15 million of us invading the entire world or whatever the fuck. Like, what do these white nationalists call it? Invasion? Yeah, we're invading them, right? It's not enough. Oh, dear.
I mean, I'll say this about the white nationalists. Like, for me, it's always very strange when they're talking about taking back their country. It's like, dude, take back, like, the jobs that the Mexicans do, like the hard blue labor the Mexicans do in the States, or like the technical labor that, like, the Chinese and fucking Indians do. Like, if you're not taking those jobs back, doing those things, it's like, you're not taking shit back. Like, do actually those jobs.
No.
Like, the problem with the U.S. when they're like, oh, Chinese kids studying and all that shit, it's like, well, why don't you try to get white kids into science? Get white kids into math. Oh, but that stifles our creativity.
Dude.
That's like where the fucking cope is.
My friend. You gotta understand, man. They're the Ubermensch. They're gonna have their cake and eat it too, right? They're not gonna fucking study, and they're still gonna maintain their standard of living, right? How did they do it? White man magic, man. They just wave the magic wand.
No, they're a bunch of lazy fucks. It's like, okay, they understand for sports, you gotta fucking work hard to be like on the top of your game, right? But then all of a sudden when you do academics, it's like, oh no, that's not how it is. We don't want to be fucking Asian bugmen or Indian bugmen. It's like, dude, how else are you going to be fucking good at math? Asians aren't inherently good at math. It's that they put effort into it. They put like elbow grease into this shit. Like, work.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, like, when you ask them about having kids. So it's like when they tell you that they can't afford kids, it's not only because they can't afford a kid. It's like the idea. What is the idea of having a kid to them? Because
All
when
that
they
too, man.
think of having a kid, they think about
Yeah.
having a house. The kid has to have a separate room, and that kid has to go to college. So we have to now do 18 years of prep of of letting him go to college. Like for
Yeah.
them, that is an idea of having a kid. If that is
Yeah.
your idea of having a kid, you can't afford it then.
Yeah. Like
I mean, to be fair, like in China, like you were talking about Korea, like Malcolm, about like 50% pre-tax in China in terms of household spending. So I don't know what the term is for pre-tax because cost of living is incredibly low. But like, if you're looking at household spending, like 80% of the money is spent on like like kids in China. Like, if you factor in like grocery and everything else, 80% is just on the kids. So like, with the amount of resources like Chinese parents devote, it's like Chinese parents got a lot of say over their kids. Like, they will pick the majors for you to go to. But, you know, if I go to my university, as I said before, in the university I teach, it's like, I ask them, it's like, how many of you guys are taking out, like, how many of you are paying your tuition by yourself and taking out a loan? No one. And when I told them, like, it's like, if you look at America, it's like very different when I was talking about America. It's like a lot of them were like really, really shocked. Like, wait, American parents do this? Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, isn't it a bit inhumane? That's their reaction.
Yeah. Lot of fun and games are happening in the world right now with regard to these things.
Well,
No,
look,
man,
it's an exciting time. It's an exciting time, but
exciting.
you know.
Are you feeling entertained? Are you excited?
Well, look, I'm much happier not in the States, so I could like observe
Fair
this
enough,
stuff
bro.
afar.
Fair enough,
And I feel bad for my friends in the States, but it's like, I'm glad myself not to be in the nut house.
Yeah.
So, you know, and look, like, as I said before, I'm maybe not as pessimistic because I think there is a lot of potential in the U.S., but it's all potential right now. Like, I think the U.S. has got a really outdated system of governance that they really need, they really need to think about updating or changing.
Yeah, bro.
But, you know, I'm not American.
Yeah, man, it's not gonna happen, man. Like this, they're going fucking broke, and the country's gonna balkanize. Like that. That's at this point, that's the base case, right? And
Well, the thing is, it's going to happen. It's just a question of basically, are the elites going to do it, or are the events going to be imposed upon them, and then a huge amount of suffering follows. Like the Qing dynasty collapsed, and you had like by the last years of the Qing dynasty, and basically, you know, the 40 years before its collapse, before like the formation of, you know, the People's Republic of China, like, you know, you had a lot of chaos, but out of that chaos, you do get something new, you could say. And maybe we're seeing the beginning of that process in the States. I don't know. But someone else told me, like one of my American buddies is like, Mike, you know, Meow Meow, you're too optimistic. Americans, they're incapable of being humiliated. Americans know no such thing as humiliation.
Yeah, but that's the incorrect vector, man. Like it's not about like, okay, there's gonna be multiple waves of dirty wars. I use the word dirty war, I don't use the word civil war, right? Because it's gonna be more similar to like, you know, the brutal stuff you see in the Congo and Colombia, right? But like, the thing is, when China went through the century of humiliation and those sort of things, right? They had surplus of like young men, right? They had the demographic headwinds of the 20th century, right? And again, yeah, sure, the Chinese population went down, fair enough, right? But that's not true in America in the 21st century, right? America in the 21st century, median age is 38, right? If you look at just the white population, median age is like 50 something or whatever, like it's in the high 40s or whatever. Like, it's completely different. It's like, well, Ahnaf, don't worry, man. After 7 or 8 dirty wars, you know, America's gonna like, no, like it's just gonna be like, you know, like Sir Malcolm calls it the warring states period. It's probably gonna be several decades, maybe even century of like warring states period, man. Like, there's no demographic dividend, right? Like, okay, well, you need the young men or whatever surplus or whatnot to do the stuff. Doesn't exist anymore. We kind of saw in the 21st century all the indications that the limits to growth people were correct, right? And that's not like, you know, even not even America. Like, we're picking on America so much. Like Britain, right? Like there's people, And sometimes I follow them, like like Sir Malcolm calls them the Comrade Filkington, but I listen to their show and a lot nowadays, and it's like, well, there's going to be a civil war in Britain, and I just disagree, man. I just like Britain has this aged population, right, of like whites. Then you've got the migrants who are showing up, black and brown mostly, and some of these other places, right? And these guys are relatively young, but they're, some of them are law-abiding, some of them are criminals, whatever. It's a mixed bag, right? You're only really gonna see like a slow, gradual decline and unraveling. It's not gonna be like uniformed men on one side versus uniformed men on the other side. It's just gonna be like stabbing here, shooting there, okay, revenge attack here, lynching over there, etc., etc. And it just like unravels that way, man. Like it's just gonna be very, very boring, right? I don't expect like when people say civil war, like what they're really saying is my lifestyle is fucked. This system, it can't go on forever. They're correct about that, by the way. The system's not going to go on forever. And I want something to change, right? Like when they use the word civil war, they're just like, it's just a yearning for change. That's what it is, man. It's not like this thing of like, I've done astute analysis and based on my astute analysis, they just want change, man. That's what this is. That's what this is.
They want like the reset, like what was it, like in Fight Club,
yeah,
where
they want the great reset. They get angry at Klaus Schwab. They get angry at the libtard globalist Klaus Schwab. They want the fucking great reset, man. They just want the great reset on their terms.
I mean, what they're probably going to get is like China, like in the 20th century when the Qing collapsed. You basically had like a bunch of clan wars, like township wars, right? Mm-hmm. So when the communists first came in, like in China, like after the Long March, half the time they weren't like fighting nationalism or promoting socialism. Like half the time they were like helping villagers fight like their neighbors because like, some beef or like vendetta that they've had like centuries long or whatnot. So maybe you're probably going to get like different townships in Georgia fighting, I don't know, like different other townships in Louisiana or something on the other state. Who knows?
Yeah,
like,
I agree with that. Yeah.
It's like that type of chaos. But, out of it, you might come like some type of new authority. I don't know. But like that is way too long for any of us to predict. And these things are like impossible to predict. But maybe that's the fun thing about history, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're impossible to predict, but you can kind of check the mathematics and you can check the basics and you can be like, all right, we can rule out certain things, right? Like, we can
maybe.
Yeah, we can rule out, like, we can fucking rule out, like, the mythology of the 20th century, man. Like, America is not gonna become, like, a socialist utopia or whatever. It's not gonna become an ethno state, and it's not gonna be, and it's not going to be like, the libtard thing just continues. Those three, we can just say off the table, like right now. We can say it off the table right now.
Well, we don't know. I mean, like, you got to think of it this way, right? After the Long March in like 1926 or something, like the communists were like an afterthought in China. And if you told someone like in 25 years, they're going to take over the whole country, people will probably say you're smoking crack. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea what is going to happen in America. I think the only thing I could personally say is that the existing system cannot last and it will implode. The new thing that's going to come about, I have absolutely no clue. That's the only thing I could say.
The Chinese could choose the communists. The Americans are not going to get that's the thing. Like, in the 21st century, you can like someone, but you liking them doesn't mean that they're going to come to power. That's the fundamental difference between the 21st century and the 20th century. You liking them doesn't mean that they're going to come to power. What's going to determine and dictate whether they have foreign influence is going to be, like, in terms of material energy flows, to what extent do they adapt to, like, the negative circumstances. That's why, like, your example of, like, 20th century China and its plight versus America in the 21st century, it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work with regard to, like, this aspect. Like, Americans suddenly love Haz al-Din from the American Communist Party. Wonderful, man. All right. Does Haz al-Din have a way to, like, figure out a way to do maintenance and payment of, like, the suburb system? No. Does Haz al-Din have a way of, like, the sewage system and replacing it every 100 years? No. Does Haz al-Din have a way of fixing any of these other negative feedbacks which cannot be fixed because they're fucking predicaments? Well, he has no way. So that's the answer is no, right? So triple no, you can keep going down the list. It's all fucking dead, man.
But
Oh man.
so enough, like one thing that I think so in all these things, all these scenarios we discuss is that we overestimate human action in this.
That's
Like for
exactly it, man.
example,
There we
like for
go. Thank you.
example, in
Thank you, man.
the fall of British Empire, no one talks that in 1913 they peaked coal, which was like
Yeah.
how Jevons got to that, and like 1914 you have the World War One and World War Two, and you have all this effing commentary on how Churchill betrayed and this and that, and like British this
It's a
and the
Death Cell
character.
story, man.
But it's
Exactly,
like,
bro.
but it's
Exactly,
like
man.
no one discusses that. It's like without that
No, they
you
don't. No,
can't
they
do
don't.
it.
If you started a conversation, and you started a conversation of like, I believe the British Empire ended primarily because coal and the ability of coal as an energy resource to like project power and these other things, it lost out to oil, right? And you get like a functional quote unquote peak coal, functional peak coal, right? If you start that conversation, man, you're gonna get laughed out the room. You're gonna get laughed out the room. They're gonna be like, "What are you talking about, man? Enough. What are you talking about? You know, like human actions, man, they matter, man. Like, you know, Churchill matters and this guy matters and you know, we voted for this and that, and you're like, whatever, man. Like these people, they're gonna keep believing that till their dying days, man. It's very funny to watch, but like, you know, they behave in predictable ways, man. They behave in very predictable ways.
I mean, I think there was a guy that not the decline of the decline of the British Empire, but he made something similar in terms of like the rise of like the British in the 19th century. And he was saying, no, if you look at it, the Industrial Revolution wasn't like British ingenuity, it's purely geography in terms of like coal access and the
Oh,
fact that the
100%.
British were running out of trees to like heat their homes. So they used coal. And because they used coal, they basically were the ones that basically developed it, and then they basically had the problem pumping out water, and that's why they invented like the steam engine, because like the first steam engine, they were like barely breaking even in terms of like using it to pump out the water, but because they've developed it and it was like viable enough, that's how they kept going, and then they became dominant. And it's not like British ingenuity, it's just happenstance of like geography. If they were in an area with plenty of trees, they probably wouldn't be using coal. And let me see if I could, I think his name, Robert B. Marks, Marks, or The Origins of the Modern World. And I think he was basically even saying, like, if you look at Song, China, so like, what is that, like 600 years before, like southern Song, China, it's like a lot of the things that people point to for British industrialization in terms of like commercialization, the printing money and all that, a lot of these factors already existed in southern Song, China, as in Britain. But the major difference in terms of the industrialization, the next step, is just that they were geographically on an island and they were running out of trees.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't know this about Britain, but like Britain got to about, I'm gonna say 4.85 million people in like 1350 or something, right before the Black Death, right? A bunch of negative feedbacks kicked in, crashed the population, right? Within like 5 to 6 years, it crashed down to like 2.6 million, right? It kept on crashing. I think like the bottom was like 1.9 million in like 1450, so about 100 years later, right? And like, you know, it kept on like stagnating for a while, and then it went back up to like 5 million in like 1650. So like the conditions for industrialization, why did I say all that stuff? The conditions for industrialization, you know, if you rewinded back the tape and you played it, right? And you're like, okay, well, let's rewind the tape of human history. Let's play it back from like 1000 Common Era to like the present. Would Britain have would Britain rather have started the Industrial Revolution in the 1700s? I don't know. Probably not. Would have been somebody else maybe, right? Because with these type of things, like the Western world got to the Industrial Revolution first, right? It got these enormous surpluses, right? Then, like you were saying, it was primarily domestic use initially. Then they figured out military use. And then they dominated on the battlefield with regard to, like, maritime power, sea power, and the, like, projection of force inland and what have you. And then, like, all this other stuff, right? Like, the three great races, the Mongoloid race, the Negroid race, and the Caucasoid race. All of that stuff, and then the stuff about nationalism, and the stuff about, like, liberty, this, that, and the other thing. All of those things are just so stories, man. Like, ideology and these types of things, these are like the just so stories like these guys made. And to be fair, like, we if you're the winner in the story, you're going to make a story of, like, why did we win? Well, we won because we were favored in this way or that way or the other way, right? And that's what happened, man. And like, the reason I have Goyim fatigue, just to get back to the title of the show, the reason I have Goyim fatigue is because, like, the Goyim are still like, oh yeah, man, it's ideology. No, it's race. No, it's the other thing. It's this, that. No, man, it's because of this. No, dude, none of that's true. None of that's true. It was always energy. It was always materials. It was always infrastructure. It was always population. It was always variables. It wasn't like all this other shit. All that other shit was like just so stories later on that were entered into the mix, man. And, but no one's going to listen to you. So there you go. You're just going to talk to a wall for the most part regarding this subject. So. Oh my gosh.
Well, you could just write your thought and hopefully preserve whatever you're writing. And if there is something like a Bronze Age collapse, your writing might be the only thing that survives from this time period.
Man. I mean, I got a Substack. I mean, people read my Substack, and I got some other stuff, but, like, do I believe my stuff's gonna survive 1,000 years from now? Not really. I mean, I mostly write because, like, I like to think aloud, right? That's basically the reason I write. I think aloud to myself, and then if others like my stuff, they read my stuff, but, like, that's what it is. I just realized something. This space, holy fuck, when did I start this space? Hang on a second. I started this space roughly 4 hours and 2 minutes ago. Fuck. Okay, I apologize, dear listeners and readers. If anyone has lasted for like 4 hours, holy shit, like, you deserve a gold medal, man. My gosh. Sir Malcom, Sir Meow Meow, Sir Arnav, and good Sir Slop Enjoyer. I think we should just call it quits, man, because, like, that's a 4 hour long space. Unless you gents want to talk about something else, but, like, I think 4 hours is more than enough with regard to, like, capping it off there.
Yeah, it was pretty long. I enjoyed myself, but I think probably you got to wrap it up. I
think we got to.
I enjoyed it, but
yeah, no. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and my apologies. I had not noticed. Like, for some reason, I thought this was still, like, we were still in, like, the second hour or something. Like, I completely lost track of time. But no, like, I guess I'll do the closing then if you guys don't want to say anything. But no, thank you, dear listeners and readers, for tuning in. Apologies for the enormous space. Like I said, I was the host. Mea culpa. I did not notice that I went over the time limit for so long. But, like, we're going to call it quits now, and I'll send it over to Sir Kenaz, my lovely co-host, and this will be out on Substack soon. But in the meantime, remember, as always, we got to end it off with the usual words of wisdom. The doom cometh.
Your soul is mine.